Hi, everyone. Good evening. Hope everyone is well tonight. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency for Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, and it's 6:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call and posting of the agenda, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua.
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, December 27th.
Thank you. I'm going to refer for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Thank you, Mayor. Not yet. So for tonight's first meeting of the 2025 calendar year, I did have a request of the mayor, and he concurred, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I would like to take this opportunity to have a local student from the city of Oxnard lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but then take a few minutes to share with us a little bit about her journey and kind of her plans as a upcoming leader and young person in the city of Oxnard. And so we're going to have Montserrat Sanchez in just a moment lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we do that, Mayor, did you want to observe a moment of silence before we do the pledge?
Sure, I think that'd be appropriate on a couple fronts. We want to take a moment of silence for the passing of President Carter, also some of the turmoil we've had across our country, including the incident in New Orleans, and also a moment of silence for Mr. Al Duff, Sr., who was a long-time member of our Planning Commission. And for that, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Perallo, who knew Mr. Duff well and would like to say a few words about him.
Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to take the opportunity to speak. Traditionally, we've spoken always after the Pledge of Allegiance on. The Mayor Pro Tem may change things here a little bit, but I'd like to share this with the public. Last week, we lost a tremendous individual to this community, Mr. Albert Duff. Lost individual, his family lost his wife, Mexie, and his family, two tremendous individuals. When Mr. Duff passed, I'd like to read something significant to those people that think individuals don't make a difference. The City of Oxnard approved a resolution number 12963 on November 8th, 2005. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard honoring Albert G. Duff Jr. for over 29 years of service on the Planning Commission for the City of Oxnard. Whereas Albert Duff Jr. Sr. served on the Planning Commission for the City of Oxnard from June 1975 to December 2004. June 1975 to December 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, the Planning Commission is one of the hardest jobs in the City of Oxnard. Tremendous amount of reading. Mr. Duff didn't miss meetings. Mr. Duff didn't bail. Mr. Duff did his job. Mr. Duff spent tremendous amounts of time away from his family. And again, we have a current council, we have current planning commissioners that I believe should get something. They don't get gasoline, they don't get coffee. This gentleman did it for free. A civil engineer, an extremely proud individual, an extremely giving individual, a loss to the community. I want to thank you. And again, ladies and gentlemen, from 1975 to 2004, I never got involved in the City of Oxnard till after those dates. This gentleman did a lot. He ran for council multiple times and unfortunately never was elected. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll take a moment of silence for Mr. Al Duff, the president, and the turmoil we've had across our country, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Monse. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we'll have Montse lead us.
Place your right hands over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Monse. Yeah.
All right, and so now Ms. Sanchez is going to share a little bit about her story with us, and I believe she has a few slides that we have queued up in the production room. We should have those. There you go. All right. So, and I believe our city manager has the slide advancer. Okay, so I'll hand it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Turan, City Council members, and guests. Thank you for having me here tonight. To quickly introduce myself, my name is Montserrat Sanchez. My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I am a senior at Oxnard High School, where I maintain a 4.3 cumulative GPA as a reclassified fluent English proficient student. And I am currently serving as this year's student representative to the Board of Trustees for the Oxnard Union High School District. Next slide, please. So about me, I was born and raised in Oxnard by two immigrant parents who came to the U.S. at a young age in hopes of providing a better life for my sister and I. My mom has taught me the importance of and value of both education and perseverance. It is because of her that I have accomplished everything I have so far. Two fun facts about me is that I have been sailing since I was 9 years old and have fallen in love with it since. One summer, I was even hired to teach kids from the city from 8 to 18 years old how to sail. I am also bilingual, speaking both Spanish and English, and my first language being Spanish. Next slide, please. Oh, can we go back? Sorry. I missed one.
It's all right.
I spend most of my time being involved in my school and community. At school, I am involved in the Law and Public Services Academy, the Emotional Wellness Pathway, ASB, Lean Crew, Principals Advisory Committee, and I'm serving as the Nest Wellness Center's first sitting president. Through these programs, I have gained confidence in myself and a passion for advocacy. The picture on the bottom left is a picture of our Wellness Center and our Wellness Center peers at a wellness peer training hosted by BCOE this past winter. Next slide. Outside of our school, I enjoy doing a lot of community work. I have always been involved in my community and have always been passionate about helping those around me. I am part of the Youth Coalition of Oxnard, which has focused on food insecurity around the city, and to combat this, we have helped at community gardens and helped with food distribution across the city. It is my first year with Gathering for Justice, and I have learned about campaigning, emotional wellness, and the basics of the legal system, and I have enjoyed it so far and can't wait to continue. This Sunday, I will be recognized at their MLK Freedom and Unity Weekend for winning their 2025 Ventura County Youth Leadership Award. Next slide. Oh, thank you. As for my future aspirations, Okay. My position of student trustee includes representing all 16,000 students in the district, close to 17,000 almost. I have communicated with various students across the district and all of our ASB presidents to ensure that our district is doing the best we can to educate and prepare our students for their future aspirations, whether it be trade school, a four-year university, a community college, or any other path they may take. I have attended the California State Board Association training with around 200 other student trustees from across the state to further enhance my skills in my position. I am proud to say that I have made history in the Oxnard Union High School District by being part of the first all-female board. I am extremely grateful to have been elected into this position, and I'm looking forward to all the new memories and experiences that come with it, including working with all my female board members. Next slide. As for my future aspirations, I wish to attend California State University, Long Beach, and receive my bachelor's in speech language pathology and master's in communication disorders. After my education, I hope to earn my TESOL and SLAT, second language acquisition and teaching certifications, to come back and work for my community as a bilingual speech language pathologist, and work with English language learner students in my community just as I had my own. Next slide. To close out, I want to specifically thank Mayor Pro Tem Turan and Trustee Vitello for reaching out for me in this opportunity. I also wish to thank my principal, Mr. Lawrence, for believing me and motivating me to take on opportunities like these. And of course, my mom, who is always here to support me, even if it means coming straight after work. If any of you have any questions, comments, or concerns, or simply want to introduce yourself, please feel free to reach out at studenttrustee@oxnardunion.org or my student trustee Instagram at OUHSD student trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Monse. Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. What a tremendous, it goes to highlight just the caliber of students we have and how well our educational system is doing. So, Mom, congratulations for raising such a talented and capable daughter who's certainly going to be a future leader here in our community. Hopefully come back, right, and stay here and make a home here and lead us in some capacity. So thank you, Monse, for sharing your story with us.
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
And thank you, Mayor, for those words. And thank you, Ms. Sanchez, again, and to your mom for being here. And I just want to also acknowledge, as she already did, to Trustee Dr. Botello for helping to arrange for her to be here this evening. And I'll be working closely with the district and the school principals at each of the sites to highlight different students each time, so that way we can see the amazing young people we have in the city of Oxnard and continue to shift that narrative of what's happening in this city and the amazing things that actually do happen and the amazing young people who are here now and are coming up from this city. So again, thank you for coming out. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for arranging that. We're going to go to the next item on the agenda, and this is the ceremonial items. And we have two items this evening. The presentation of a proclamation designating January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and accepting this proclamation is the Committee of Ventura County. Dr. Stewart, oh, I apologize. That's all right. Okay, yeah. No, take your time. I was telling Dr. Stewart that this is my first proclamation. I took a photo of it. After signing it, I practiced my signature to make sure that it came out appropriate. So I'm very proud of these. I'm just going to read this out loud. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Dr. Stewart. Here. Go right ahead.
Before we get started, I want to introduce our chair,
I'm sorry.
Larita Montgomery. And she's been, this is our 39th year, and I believe she's been on the committee the whole time.
Whole time.
You want to say a couple words? Well, let me read the proclamation. This is this proclamation for Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20th, 2025, whereas Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. worked to reaffirm the ideals of freedom, dignity, and opportunity for all races and people, helping our nation recognize the importance of upholding America's founding principles of equality and justice for all. And whereas Dr. King served as a voice of conscience for our nation, in his words and actions, continue to inspire courage, humility, and compassion. His enduring contributions to America remind us and countless others around the world that people should not be judged by the color of their skin, by the content of their character. And whereas January 20th, 2025 has been set aside as a national holiday to pay tribute to Dr. King. And the theme of this year's commemoration is Mission Impossible. Mission Possible, thank you. Mission Possible, protecting freedom, justice, and democracy. And whereas the 39th annual Ventura County Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday celebration will be held on Monday, January 20th, 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, and will feature youth speakers, scripture readings, gospel musical selections by MLK Celebration Choir, and now therefore, I, Lewis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim January 20, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the City of Oxnard, and encourage all residents to recognize the lasting truth of his words and his legacy, and to renew our commitment to the principles of justice, equality, opportunity, optimism, and that Dr. King espoused and exemplified, and participate in the Freedom March and prayer starting at Plaza Park on January 20, 2025 at 8 a.m., followed by a program at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 7th day of January 2025. You know, this is so, you look here, up here at the dais, and you see all of us. Many of us would not be here, certainly, if not for Dr. King and what he did for us to clear the path. And this is certainly here an example of his work. So it's with a lot of emotion, and certainly so honored to present this to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, my pleasure. Would you like to say a couple of words?
Thank you,
My pleasure.
Mayor,
My pleasure.
and it's nice to meet you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
You're on for a good ride.
Yes, right.
Anyway, thank you very much from the City of Oxnard to all the elected officials, the officers, especially my good friends sitting over here on my left. All those two over there, those little hot dotties, you know. But it's always a wonderful welcome to come home and to receive the acknowledgement from your city, from your hometown. And as I stand, I've already talked to you guys, but I want to introduce to you also my favorite other, I said he was my best sidekick, Dr. Vince Stewart. Want to say something?
Now, we know the occasion, but I wanted to drum up to get some of you to come out and participate with us. So just kind of run through the day really fast. At 7:30, we're going to have vans, thank you, City Corps, City of Oxnard, to take people from the Performing Arts Center where you'll park. We'll go over to the park. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll have a series of speeches and prayers and welcomes. Then at 8:30, we are going to march under a banner back to the Performing Arts Center. And following that, there will be a 9 o'clock program, and followed by refreshments. So everybody needs to come out and support. We have tickets that you can get online. They are $10. Okay, and Loretta Montgomery has some. So if you're interested, just let her know. So that's what I had to say. I just want everybody to come out and support. I realize it's a holiday, a day to stay in the bed, but you know, I think this is important that we not forget our history.
Thank you very much. And it's so true. We want to have all of you there. It's best to be there and not to hear about it from a friend. But what a wonderful celebration we had in the City of Oxnard. You know, as you all know, we're the largest city in the county, and we actually kicked off by having the first program in the county back when Bedford Pinkett was still on the council here. And so we've been celebrating ever since then. As he said, I've been there, but some have gone on, had to move away, retire, whatever. But I am happy to still be a part of you and to actually invite you to our celebration as Dr. Stewart did. Our keynote speaker for the day will be James Joyce III. And then we have a youth speaker, Sebastian Kempton from R.J. Frank Academy. And of course, we're going to, as he mentioned already in our proclamation, and Dr. Stewart, is about having our youth, our choir in our community. You can also be a part of the choir. If you want, as long as you can hold a tune, we would like for you to come and join in and be a part of it. We have rehearsals going, so just get with one of us or look online possibly too, and you'll get the date, location, and times for the choir rehearsal. So I know I've got quite a few in here. I'm looking at all these wonderful young people too. Oh, they can, if they can rap, they can sing. So, all right. But once again, we, the Martin Luther King Committee of Ventura County, we thank you all for everything that you do for us and you continue to do for our city. And I welcome you again.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery.
All right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right.
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Where are you? Oh, okay. Let me slide back a little bit more. Yeah, yeah. Very good. Still in the way. How's this? Okay. There she is. I said, where's my girl? But there she is. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Look forward to it. Great. Hey, Bob. I'm all right. How about you? Good to see you. How about children? They're home. A few more days. Great. Did anyone need a flyer? I have them. Okay. You want to leave it then? Okay. I got some. You want? Yes, I just want to share some flyers with the people out there, maybe. There you go. Okay.
Actually, that's the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm taking someone else's script. You got it? Only one?
We also had a certificate. I know Monse had to leave, but do you want to come get her certificate? We have a certificate for her as well. I can just give it to you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Thank you, ma'am. Absolutely. And the next presentation is going to be it's a proclamation designating January 11th, 2025 as Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Day. Accepting the proclamation is the Seroptimus International of Oxnard. Thank you. Sure. Hi, Debbie. Hi, coming up. So this is for you. Absolutely. Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, okay. I'm just going to read, Debbie, the proclamation for you. Whereas January 11th, 2025 is the 18th annual Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Day of Ventura County, hosted by Camino Real Region Seroptimus Clubs of Oxnard, Camarillo, Ventura, and Channel Islands. And whereas it is the Seroptimus mission to increase community awareness, provide education, and to honor and uplift women and girls who have struggled through hardships, disparity, and in some cases human trafficking. And whereas every 30 seconds another person becomes a victim of human trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion. Boy, that's impactful. 30 seconds. Trafficking primarily involves exploitation of the purposes of for the purposes of prostitution, slavery, involuntary servitude, and compelling victims to commit commercial sex acts. Approximately 75% of all human trafficking victims are trafficked for sexual exploitation, while 18% for labor exploitation. And whereas the Global Slavery Index estimates 40 million women and children are living as modern-day slaves, forced labor and sex trafficking is a $150 billion worldwide industry and the fastest growing criminal enterprise. And whereas human trafficking has worsened during the pandemic due to economic instability, isolation, and homelessness, and social media vulnerability, the annual awareness event will take place at the Knights Hall in downtown Ventura. As Seroptimists believe it is important to continue raising awareness within local communities, educate local citizens, advocate for stronger laws and enforcement, take action to empower women, and ultimately end modern-day slavery. And whereas the Seroptimists are investing in the program Seroptimists Live Your Dream, which helps recipients with financial support to continue their education and gain independence. 50% of these women are survivors of trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault. And whereas Seroptimists International of Oxnard, Camarillo, Ventura, and Channel Islands clubs of the Camarillo Real region support the Federation, Seroptimists International of the Americas, programs to promote awareness, advocacy, and action, and that all Seroptimist clubs are in a position worldwide to educate everyone, especially women, that have the right to live free from violence and exploitation. Now, therefore, I, Luis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim January 11th, 2025 is the 18th annual Seroptimists Stop Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Day. It is my absolute honor to give this to you. Thank you for the work you're doing in bringing advocacy and awareness to such a horrific situation.
Well, thank you for having us here today. And I want to introduce a couple of my Seroptimist sisters, Pam Katie, Carol Savala, and Lee Cobb. Oh, there he is. Oh, there's Lee. Everyone knows Lee. I just wanted to share with you that it was a year ago in these same council chambers where I was with the young lady in the hat in the front row there, and we were both getting proclamations at the same time, and we went first and they went second. And I thought she was such a dynamic woman that I nominated her for one of our Seroptimist Awards called Women Helping Women, or Women Making a Difference for Women. That's what it is. And she won the award. And unfortunately, when we had our luncheon where we were going to present it to her, she was ill, or she just had surgery and she couldn't be there. But you did get the kudos for that, so. So, well, we hope you're feeling better, right? Good. So this is my pleasure to chair this event for 18 years, which I can't believe it's been that long already. But I just wanted to, the young lady that came, Ms. Sanchez, I want to commend her for her high academic achievements. But unfortunately, there's a lot of young people that fall through the cracks. And they don't have the safety net, they don't have the family environment or the support to help them along their way. And our speakers at this event, we have 4 speakers, and we're going to address some topics that family members really need to hear and learn about, that can make their children safe. And one of the things that's happening that's a really, really terrible crime is sextortion. And I'm sure you've heard that word before. And we will have a gentleman from Our Rescue. It used to be Our Underground Railroad, and his agency rescues people globally. And he is going to talk about that subject and show a documentary, a very short documentary about how it can happen to a young man. It's not just girls, but there's people out there, that are predators and lure, vulnerable people on their phones and their computers, and it's a bad situation. So our speakers, we have a Ventura detective who will be talking about a juvenile human trafficking case that took place here. So, as you said, it happens in our own backyard. We used to think that human trafficking happened over there in another country, but no, it happens in our own backyard, and it can be right in plain sight. So it can happen in the high schools too. So we want all the parents, the grandparents, anybody that has young children, please come out. It's Saturday from 1 to 4. We are going to have a march too down Main Street in Ventura. And then we will come back, and we have some community partners that will be having table displays and information so you can pick up whatever you might need to help you. And then we have the 4 speakers that will be presenting. So it's our 18th year, and we keep doing it because we're told, keep doing it. So we'll be here probably for 19. And we just appreciate your support, and we hope that we can see a lot of faces out there in the audience. Do you want to say anything? Nope? All right. Well, thank
Debbie.
you so much.
Absolutely. You know, coming from policing, I certainly know that situation and what occurs. So thank you for filling in that vital role that oftentimes government doesn't have the capacity to do. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Can we get a photo too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is she one of your members? No, but will you share the picture? Oh, you know what? My husband is using his cell phone. But you have a better camera. Remember? Yes.
1, 2. One more for good measure.
Back up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold your breath.
Thank you. Nice meeting you. Oh, she was supposed to be. That's why I was asking. No worries, no worries. Mom, we're still here. That's what I was trying to remember, because we have the gift cards. Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the work you do. It's very important. Thank you.
Yes, before these people leave, I'd like to make a comment. There are oftentimes people think it doesn't happen here. A lot of people don't get newspapers. If you do get the newspaper, you're aware that they just arrested some people in our county that were involved in human trafficking. And they were putting them basically in human slavery, working in massage parlors. It's an ongoing issue in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Councilmember Perello. Any other council members have any other comments, reference to proclamations? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Perello, for sharing that. I'll just echo what he had mentioned. When it comes to human trafficking, I hope that folks truly appreciate that this is not just something that happens in other countries. It's not something that happens in border cities or in metropolitan cities. It happens everywhere. And along the 101 corridor in Ventura County, in our backyard, there are individuals who are being held and forced to do acts against their will. And I'll just say that the effect that it has on them emotionally and psychologically, it is lifelong for many people. And so I hope that you understand this is truly happening everywhere. And anything you can do to create awareness, including learning more by attending their event or any future things that they have, can just only help cast the net wide to see if this is happening. And if you see something, say something, because you never know who you're going to be saving from a lifelong turmoil and being involved in these heinous acts. So thank you, Councilmember Perello, for mentioning that. And thank you again to Seroptimus for being here and for doing the work that you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Bye, you guys. Thank you. So we're going to be moving on. Next item on the agenda is public comments for items not on the agenda. A person at this time may address the legislative body on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speakers request shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during public comment at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager, executive director, secretary for administrative action, or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearings items should do so at the time of the hearing. We have various speakers. Anybody virtual, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor, not at this time.
Okay. We will go to our first speaker, Lang Martinez, followed by Ronald Reckel. Hi, Lang.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Lang Martinez. I'm a homeless advocate. I'm also a recovering addict, alcoholic, and I am a survivor of sexual abuse and rape. I'm under the umbrella of Children United. It's an organization out of LA who's rescued over 12,000 children since 1979. I'd like to read something that I kind of live by on a daily basis. A man gave this to me and told me this. So first day of the rest of my life, I'm going to make it productive and memorable. I have just become the cause for my future rather than the effects of my past. That was Aaron Starr about 3 years ago. I was all over the place and I couldn't focus, and I had a credit business and things came up, and he told me that. The reason why I'm back here is because my homelessness consisted of being in Oxnard, and I made a promise to God July 25th, 2018, that God, if you save my life, I'll give it all back to you. I never wanted to come back here again. I was asked to come back here by the community and by my church, which is Atmosphere, and so I came back here. I'm very blessed with the platform that I have today. Yes, I have book deals, I have movie deals, I have Hot Wheels, but guess what? I'm accountable to God, I'm accountable to the people here that helped me have the life that I have today. I also suffer from a disability. I don't need to work, but I do work. I have a disease called Behçet's. It's a rare disease. There's only like 4 people in Ventura County that have it, and I work in home care. I work in home care, and I take care of individuals. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the conversation yesterday. You know, I made a commitment that I would never, ever take a photograph with an elected official, and I told John Zaragoza I won't do it for $1 million. I'd be in my honor to take a photograph with you and Mr. Aaron Starr. It was a privilege, and I look forward to being back in Oxnard and hoping to do the work. There's a lady, I want to cut this short, a lady that I brought that'll be at that meeting. Her name is Annabelle, and she's with a nonprofit that's under Continuum Care, and it's called Believe. So I'd like to end that right now, and God bless and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lang Martinez. Ronald,
Mr. Mayor, can
Yes.
I just make a quick comment
Yes,
since I was mentioned? So I do remember the phone calls from 3 years ago from Lang Martinez. I saw a man who has so much potential but was broken by his treatment that he received over his lifetime and the circumstances he had undergone. And we had spent a number of times on the phone, and I kept saying to him, today is day one. And he really took it to heart. Not everybody would, but he listened. He left behind his past, focused on his future, and this is why, I mean, I can't take credit for it because you did it, but I was happy to be there to kind of loosen what bound you to your past so that you could become your maximum potential. So I want to thank you for your acknowledgement, and I want to thank you for being such a great human being and looking out for others and becoming an independent person, not having to rely on anybody else. So thank you.
Thank you, council member. Again, thank you, Lang, for coming up here. Ronald, and then Ronald, you're going to be followed by Annabelle Taylor, and then Alexis Schmidt, followed by after Annabelle.
Thank you. And before I begin, the city clerk will be passing out some packet of information in regards to my remarks. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Tehran, and City Council members. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I'm the Chair of the Planning Commission. And in accordance with Rule 10 of the Rules and Procedures of the Planning Commission, I'm speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission in my remarks to you today. Before I begin with my remarks, I want to slightly express my regrets to Mayor Pro Tem Tehran, Councilman Perello, and Councilwoman Basua for the repetition of much of this content. However, with a newly organized City Council, I hope you all understand. Regardless of what happens during Agenda Item J3, the Planning Commission is requesting that the City Council agendize for the next Finance and Governance City Council Committee the amendment of Sections 296 and 297 of the Oxnard City Code as detailed in a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Oxnard pertaining to compensation for members of the Planning Commission in accordance with then Councilmember Tehran's request at the September 17, 2024 City Council meeting. Planning commissioners do not receive compensation for their time in attending meetings. And according to data gathered by August and updated as of November, Oxnard is one of 2 planning commissions which does not receive compensation in Ventura County. In order to encourage qualified persons to become members of the Planning Commission, it is prudent and logical to offer compensation to current and future members to increase retention and applications to serve as a member. All the current Oxnard Planning Commissioners are newly appointed, an exception in Ventura County in which some bodies have at least 1 member serving their second consecutive 4-year term. It is possible and reasonable that if compensation were offered, there would be more members still serving on the Planning Commission for a second consecutive term, thereby contributing with their institutional and historical knowledge in deliberations. I encourage all to view the presentation with data on the other planning commissions throughout this and the adjacent counties, in addition to the full deliberation of the facts in Agenda Item G2 of the August 15, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Again, the Planning Commission strongly urges that this City Council process the request by then Councilmember Tehran at the September 17, 2024 City Council meeting and agendize this item at the upcoming Finance and Governance City Council Committee meeting to amend Sections 296 and 297 of the Oxnard City Code regarding the compensation and finances of the Planning Commission as detailed in the affirmation resolution for consideration. Thank you again to Mayor Pro Tem Tehran for keeping the ball rolling in regards to this. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question to the speaker?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Mr. Orejo, what was the vote on the Planning Commission that you said? I don't believe you said that, but if you did, I apologize. But
Yes, it was 5-0-1, 1. 5 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment to make or anything? Annabelle Taylor is our next speaker. She's going to be followed by Alexis Schmidt. Hi, Annabelle.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and Councilman. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this in my life. But I just want to thank you for all your service, everything that you do for our community. I'm the founder and CEO of the Ventura County Belief Center. It's a brand new nonprofit. And as I came into the lobby today, I realized what date it is. Today actually marks 1 year for our nonprofit. We are a local nonprofit that serves mainly the unhoused community, but really anybody in need. Our core values are hope, healing, and home. Everything that we do falls under that. We do case management. We are a faith-based organization, so we do talk about God and we pray, and God is the center of what we do. So we do biblical counseling, life-scale classes, we have computer classes. We offer a lot of services, and it's open to our whole community for free. Right now, we are privately funded, so it's through a lot of generous donations from a lot of our community members that do give. And little did I know that I would be meeting Lang a few months ago when I was doing a street outreach. I work alongside with the county, so I do case management at the One Stop. I do backpack medicine as well, street outreach on the weekends, and then on Sunday I go into the jails to minister to the women. And little did I know when the Lord gave me this scripture years upon years ago that this is what I would be doing. And I just want to read to you the scripture. It's in Isaiah 61, Starting at verse 1, it says, "The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted and to proclaim the freedom for the captives and release them from darkness, from the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn and provide for those who grieve in Zion, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. They will be called oaks of righteousness, a planting of the Lord for the display of his splendor. They will rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the places long devastated. They will renew the ruined cities that have been devastated for generations." When the Lord gave me that years upon years ago, I had no idea that I would be doing that literally right now. And when I read even Matthew chapter 25, when it talks about when Jesus said, "You clothed me, you fed me, you visited me in jail, and you came to visit me when I was sick." And they asked him, "When did I do that?" "When you did it to the least of these, you did it to me." And when I look at that scripture recently, I thought, oh my gosh, our nonprofit is doing all of those things that God is calling us to do, and I had no idea that that would happen. I look forward to meeting you all some point or another. I love our community. I want our community to be stronger, and I know that I can't do it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your time. Alexis Schmidt, and then she's going to be followed by Doug Portello.
Hello.
Hi, Alexis.
I saw on the agenda that you guys are going to be voting on a budget for road maintenance. So I wanted to bring our attention to some road issues right near where I live. And
Alexis.
sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I saw on the agenda that you guys are voting on a budget for road maintenance tonight. And so I wanted to talk about some issues with the roads right near where I live. So I don't know if you can see, I tried to make the words kind of big, but this little grid is between Rose and Rice. And so there are three main issues I wanted to talk about here. My number one issue is that people jaywalk across Williams and Wankel pretty frequently. And I feel that that could be solved with some crosswalks, which we do lack around this area. And I do walk my dogs around here, so it can be difficult to get places actually without jaywalking. And it's dangerous for the drivers too, and all that. So that's number one. Number two is that Williams needs to be repaved, in my opinion. It's pretty patchy and bumpy. And I've had to refill the air in my mom's tires pretty frequently due to that. And then finally, the third thing is that this intersection of Williams and Gonzales, there are a lot of accidents there. I'm thinking there were 3 pretty serious accidents that I personally saw happen there since roughly October. And the issue is that when you're driving this way straight, or when you're turning left from Williams onto Gonzales, the people driving straight do not yield. And I think that there might be an issue with the lighting or something. Whatever, I think a left turn lane could help, or, different lights, something like that, because, everyone's going at the same time and accidents are happening. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis, for your time. Mr. Portello, and Doug is going to be followed by Nathan Castillo.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor,
evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. The issue I'd like to talk with you about tonight is one that I brought before prior councils, and it's about the LMDs. So back in 2015, the city realized that the state of the landscape maintenance districts was in a huge mess. It was just really poorly managed. We had landscape maintenance districts that were extremely cash poor. We had some that had very large reserves, and there just wasn't good management of our landscaping maintenance districts. The landscaping work was something that was complained about often to city council and staff, because of the poor management and the poor condition of our landscaping. So what the city did at that time in 2015 was they had an outside vendor that was helping manage the landscape districts. And one of the things that they had recommended to the city is that they do a complete audit of all the landscape maintenance districts. And so the city took about doing that, and a report was made in 2016. So one part of that report was not shared with the public. It was held confidential, and that was having to do with the administrative fees and costs. And that was held confidential, and the rest of the report was released. So I've done public information requests to try to get that information, and I've been given a number of reasons and excuses why that is not being shared with the public. One of the reasons that was given to me initially was there was a draft exemption. Well, that was not true. It's not a draft document. It's a published document. And actually, the citizens, the taxpayers, paid $25,000 for that audit in that report. And we weren't given the complete audit. Now, Mayor Tim Flynn, the mayor at that time, had said that, well, we're not going to give it because there could be potential litigation for the city. Well, that's not a good reason, because you don't withhold information from the public because there's possible litigation that could follow. What you need to do is you need to just come clean. And I want to just commend Councilman Bert Perillo and Oscar Madrigal. In January 30th of 2018, they both went to their other fellow council members and asked for that to be an agenda item. So they went into closed session, they discussed it, and there was a vote, and it was 2-3. So they lost. So it didn't come out as an agenda item, and it wasn't shared with the public. But I want to commend Bert for at that time, he asked for it because he knew it was the right thing to do. And Oscar did the same thing, and I commend both of them for that. Now, subsequent to that, I've asked Bert about it, and we haven't seen it. So I'd really like you guys to go back and take a look at that again and vote and let that come out to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Portello.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember.
I know this is totally irregular, but I need to address this. Facts and evidence matter, Mayor. I'm sure you're going to find that out as you spend time in that seat. Facts and evidence matter. When individuals come up and say things that are not factual and they have no evidence to back it up, the reason the item was in closed session and not released, it's attorney-client privilege. Yes, Councilman Oscar Madrigal and myself did motion second. Councilwoman Carmen Ramirez said no, Mayor Tim Flynn said no, and Brian McDonald said no. It did not see the light of day. Those are the facts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, for making that comment. We will go to...
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not, but...
Do you want to make a comment?
I do want to make a comment. I remember when that request was made, and I do also thank Bert Perillo and Oscar Madrigal for asking for it to be considered in closed session for the purpose of voting to release it. I'm ready to advocate for us to consider that in closed session. Again, I've met 4 new people on the council who've never seen this. I've never seen it. And I think that the 7 of us should see this in closed session so that we can decide whether this information can be released to the public, and we have the authority to do that. So I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but I'd like to make a motion that we place on a future closed session agenda a discussion of this audit report that has not been disclosed to the public.
So, Mr. Mayor, there is a process on your agenda during the council reports for this type of request.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to mention what the city attorney said is that we do have a standing item on our agendas about requests for future agenda items. And I just want to state for the public also that, and for my colleagues, that I want to hope that we can refrain from getting into extended discussion and public comments for items not on the agenda. So, and I appreciate Councilmember Perillo's, request to, state items that may be factual, and I appreciate Councilmember Starr's, desire to have something that was germane right now in this very moment to bring it, but we have something on the agenda later for future items. But just so that we can move through and then also be in compliance with the Brown Act, we should refrain from getting into extended discussion on items.
City Attorney, do you want to say something?
Just wanting you to cut it off here. We have had
Yeah.
complaints to the DA's office. I think Mr. Starr might have been involved in those in the past regarding this very issue. So please move on. You're allowed to have very brief request for follow-up, but that is it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. City Attorney, can you, for the public, explain what DA is?
That would be the District Attorney's Office.
Thank you. I do appreciate the comment, Councilman Perillo, and the clarification. We will move on to continue public comment with Nathan Castillo. And Nathan, you're going to be followed by Maria Navarro. And after her is Francisco Valera.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and residents of Oxnard at large. My name is Nathan Castillo. Today I come before you on behalf of the Gathering for Justice. As it's been hinted at throughout the meeting earlier, this weekend, which will be January 11th and 12th, we'll be hosting our third annual Martin Luther King Freedom and Unity Weekend. This is a 2-day event. It's open to the public. It's held at the Police Activities League by the old Oxnard High. There will be we'll be offering workshops, a bunch of entertainment, free food, and free merchandise. I hope to see you all there. Thank you. I'll rescind my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan, for your comments. Maria, and then Maria's going to be followed by Francisco Valera.
Thank you. That's the first time I've had to lower the microphone. Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm Maria Navarro, a policy advocate for CAUSE. On May 2022, the City Council of Oxnard passed ordinances 3012 and 3013, which imposed a rent cap of 4% for apartments and established requirements for termination notices. Since then, the City of Oxnard has received hundreds, if not thousands, of complaints from tenants. However, we are here to highlight the harassment and intimidation that occurs, unfortunately, after the tenant files their complaints to the city. Here we have 3 tenant groups who have followed the regulations set by the city to enforce these ordinances. The first group is the Cuesta del Mar group, who filed complaints for unlawful rent increases. After filing these complaints, the landlord went to the apartment complex, yelled at the tenants, and decreased the rents for tenants who did not file complaints. A tenant actually got an eviction notice as well because of this, a termination notice, excuse me. The terrace apartment tenants the second group is the terrace apartment tenants who successfully received their back owed rent after filing a claim to the City of Oxnard. They subsequently, one of the tenants received a termination notice, and the other tenants have not been heard in terms of their complaints about habitability. And the last group is the Marina Vista group. This is a group who lost a lot of their belongings due to their flooding, which occurred in December 2023. These tenants have been, since then, living in another housing. A lot of them, through United Way, helped rehouse them. In the last year, they have been collaborating with the city and with the landlord to figure out how they're going to fix their situation. Now they are facing a 35% rent increase to return to their own units. And after they have basically filed the landlord filed a request for rent increase above the rent cap. And now that the tenants have gone against it, he wants $150 a month for storing their belongings in their own apartment units that are now sitting vacant, and they're trying to fix them. So those are 3 cases. I do want to highlight, even though these are individual landlords in these 3 cases, this happens a lot. It's not an isolated case. It is not uncommon. I can stand here and tell you stories about people who have trying to get around the ordinance, have increased rents for single-family homes from $3,000 to $7,000, from $1,700 to $5,000, and these are ways to get around the ordinance. So we hope that you take the time to look at this and work with us to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like to
Councilmember.
make a comment. With respect to the speaker, in the past, this council has taken positions on those landlords that were abusing tenants multiple times. This particular council member got into it with the district attorney. And when it was proven that the claims were not valid for the district attorney to act on it, we never heard from cause. You're asking us again to do something. I would recommend that you contact the district attorney and make sure you go through the channels. Asking us to do something we have no jurisdiction could be perceived as grandstanding.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrello. We'll recognize the next speaker, Francisco Valera, if he's here. And then he's going to be followed by Margarita Gomez. Hi, Francisco.
Buenas tardes a todos.
And do we have a, Madam Clerk, do we have an interpreter? And we're going to take, we allow him 6 minutes, Madam Clerk, for the interpreter? Okay.
Hable no muy alto y yo voy traduciendo. Okay. Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening to everybody. I'm Francisco Valera. I live on the apartments on 541 Cuesta del Mar. Apartment 9 or 6, Oxnard, California. And I've been living there for the last 12 years. I wanted to ask you, council members, if you knew that we're being harassed and they're also adopting reprisals against us when we present complaints relating to the ordinances that protect us, to us, the renters in the city of Oxnard, such as the ordinances 3013 that forbid increasing rents above 4%. And also Ordinance 3012 about fair evictions. What we're requesting is that we are protected from retaliations and intimidation by the owners and the managers of the apartments. When we file a complaint under what is established in ordinances 3012 and 3013. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. We'll go to the next speaker, Margarita Gomez, and she's going to be followed by Ricardo Bautista.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Margarita Gomez. I live at apartments number 7 or 4 of the apartments on 541 Cuesta del Mar. And I've been living there for the last 12 years. But I don't know anymore what is my address. I encourage you to stop all the harassment and intimidation that I and my fellow neighbors are suffering at the apartments at 541 Cuesta del Mar. After filing a complaint at the housing department of the city of Oxnard, the owner and the manager of the apartments of 541 Cuesta del Mar,
empezó a preguntar sobre las personas que sometieron las quejas,
they started asking about the people who filed the complaints,
pero no para solucionar, sino para tomar represalias contra nosotros.
but not to find a solution, but rather to retaliate against us.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados y teniendo represalias?
So I wanted to ask you, council members, did you know that we were being harassed and that we were being retaliated against us
Cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas a las ordenanzas
when we file complaints relating to these
que
ordinances
nos protegen en la ciudad de Oxnard
that
como inquilinos,
protect us here in the city of Oxnard as renters,
sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4%,
that don't allow an increase of rent over 4%,
de desalojos justos o cuando llamamos al código de forzamiento.
and also the ordinances about fair evictions or when we call code enforcement.
Los dueños y managers nos intimidan, nos hacen sentir que no podemos defender nuestros derechos.
The owners and managers are intimidating us, and they're making us feel like we cannot defend our own rights.
Les estamos pidiendo a ustedes, nuestros representantes,
So we're asking you, our representatives,
que protejan a los inquilinos de represalias
to protect the renters from retaliation
cuando sometemos quejas al Departamento de Vivienda de la ciudad de Oxnard.
when we file a complaint with the Housing Department of the City of Oxnard.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margarita. Our next speaker is Ricardo Bautista, followed by Jesus Vasquez.
Okay.
Bautista.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to everybody.
Soy Ricardo Bautista.
I'm Ricardo Bautista.
Vivo en los apartamentos del 541 Cuesta del Mar.
I live at the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments
En Oxnard, California.
in Oxnard, California.
Y vivo aquí desde hace 14 años.
And I've been living there for the last 14 years.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales,
So I'm asking you, council members,
¿sabía que estamos siendo acosados y teniendo represalias?
did you know that we're being harassed and we are being retaliated against
Cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas
when we file complaints relating to
a las ordenanzas que nos protegen a nosotros?
the ordinances that protect us as renters?
Los inquilinos en la ciudad de Oxnard,
In the city of Oxnard,
como la ordenanza 3013
such as Ordinance 3013,
sobre no aumentar la renta
that doesn't allow rent increases
más del 4%.
beyond 4%,
Ordenanza 3012
or Ordinance 3012
sobre desalojos justos.
about fair evictions.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo
What we are requesting
es que nos protejan de las represalias
is protection from the retaliation
e intimidación de los dueños
and intimidation from the owners
y administradores
and managers
de los apartamentos
of the apartments
cuando sometemos
when we file
quejas que son sobre ordenanzas
complaints relating to the ordinances
3012 y 3013.
3012 and 3013.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ricardo. Jesus Vasquez, and Jesus is going to be followed by Maria E.
Buenas tardes, señores concejales.
Good afternoon, council members.
Mi nombre es Jesús Vázquez Luna.
My name is Jesus Vasquez Luna.
Actualmente vivo en 541 Cuesta del Mar.
I currently live at 541 Cuesta del Mar Apartments.
Tengo 16 años actualmente y estoy aquí porque quiero que sepan
And I've been there for the last 16 years, and I'm here because I want you to know
que estamos sufriendo acoso, intimidación y represalias por parte del manager y el dueño.
that we are being harassed, intimidated, and retaliated against by the manager and owner
De los apartamentos 541 Cuesta del Mar.
of the 541 Cuesta del Mar Apartments.
Por quejarnos al Departamento de Vivienda de la ciudad de Oxnard.
As a result of complaining to the housing department of Oxnard,
La manager y el dueño
the manager and the owner
nos están diciendo a todos los que sometieron quejas
have been telling us, to all of us who have filed a claim,
nos aumentará la renta.
that we're going to see our rent increased.
El sobrecargo de renta nos ha afectado
This excessive rent increase has impacted us,
ya que nos han cambiado la cantidad de renta y no es nuestra culpa.
Since they have increased our rent without being this our fault.
Ya que los manejadores anteriores fueron los que nos dieron la cantidad que debíamos pagar de renta.
Since it was the previous managers, the ones that told us the amount that we had to pay in rent.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas?
I want to ask you, council members, if you knew that we were being harassed and retaliated against when we file complaints related to these ordinances
Relacionadas a las ordenanzas que nos protegen en la ciudad de Oxnard.
that protect us here in the city of Oxnard.
A los inquilinos sobre aumentar la renta más del 4%.
As renters, and that don't allow rent increases beyond 4%.
Pero también sabían que este dueño decidió él solo cambiar las direcciones de nuestros apartamentos.
But did you know also that this owner decided on his own to change the address of our apartments
Sin avisar a la ciudad o a la oficina del correo?
without letting the city or the post office knew beforehand?
Lo que le estamos pidiendo es que no nos protejan de las represalias y intimidación.
What we are requesting is to be protected from the retaliation and intimidation
de parte de los dueños y los departamentos de administración.
by the owners and by the managers.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Question. Given that we're, I think, well beyond the time limit, is it the pleasure of the council to suspend our rules with a 2/3 vote to continue to hear people? Or is it the pleasure of the council to have the remaining ones wait till the end?
Yes, Councilmember Perillo.
Mayor, this is a very hot button issue that has come up multiple times, and I've made a statement on this, and I will make a request of the city attorney when this is done. I would request so that all the brand new majority in the council get to hear these complaints, because these are serious complaints with respect to people's quality in life. But I also need to say, on a day like this, when we have, in my opinion, an imbecile who's going to become president, who's talking about attacking Greenland and Panama, there are very big concerns. These are concerns that I believe the new council members have to hear.
Yeah.
I do appreciate, Mr. Starr, your commenting about the time limit, but I think when the truth and the facts come out on this, it's going to be enlightening for everybody, the old and the new council members.
So Mr. Mayor, if Perillo wants to do so, he can make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can hear, how many more speakers are there roughly?
We have, and I think, before I answer that, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment? No, okay. We have approximately 11 more speakers. I'm not sure if they are all on the same subject. And then also we have 2 virtual speakers as well. Councilmember Perillo, do you want to make a motion to?
With the indulgence of the council and the indulgence of the mayor, if you want to cut down the 3 minutes to 1 minute, we could possibly do that.
We can't
I see
do
the
that.
mayor Pro Tem shaking his head vehemently.
Can't do.
Well, we have a 6 minute just because of I'm inclined to hear. I think it's important to hear the comments people have, but I also am respectful of time. But I think it's an important topic that we hear it. But because the majority, I think, need interpreter services, we have to allow them 6 minutes. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Mr. Mayor, I believe what Councilmember Starr is saying is that we currently have standing rules. If we would like to suspend the order of our rules.
So let me make the motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we suspend our rules to hear the rest of the speakers now, rather than at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
It'll take a 2/3 vote for us
I'll
to
second
adopt that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
And this would not be, since it's a suspension of the rules, it's not a debatable motion. This just goes right to a vote.
Yeah. Thank you. We will continue with the.
All in favor?
So we need to have a vote to have 2/3.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, can you take a vote?
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue with the speakers, Maria E., and she will be followed by Leonidas. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
And just prior to the speaker, just for clarification for the public, the request that other jurisdictions do utilize on occasion when needed to reduce the amount of time per speaker, Measure M that was passed by the voters in 2020, that is one of the components that every speaker is guaranteed a minimum of 3 minutes. In the case where we have interpretation, they would get 6 minutes. So I just wanted that stated for the record as a reminder.
Thank you. Go ahead, Maria.
Baires. Yo vivo en la 541 Cuesta del Mar, apartamento A o 6. No sé por qué cambiaron los números.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Maria Emilia Baires. I live at the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments, either apartment A or 6. I don't know because they've changed the numbering.
He vivido aquí desde hace 9 años.
And I've been living here for the last 9 years.
El dueño y la manager nos han estado intimidando.
The owner and the manager have been intimidating us.
Desde que decidimos someter una queja al Departamento de Vivienda
Since we decided to file a claim at the housing department
sobre los cobros que nos estaban haciendo de renta y sobre el cambio de direcciones.
Regarding the amount that we're being charged in rent and also regarding the change of address
Que hicieron en nuestros apartamentos.
that they have done in our apartments.
ya que yo he perdido correos importantes,
As a result, I've lost some important mail,
cartas de migración medical.
letters regarding immigration and medical.
Lo único que estamos haciendo era proteger nuestro derecho
The only thing we were doing was protecting our rights,
que nos protejan en la ordenanza 3012,
as they are protected by Ordinance 3012,
no aumentar la renta más del 4%,
that forbids increasing rent beyond 4%,
y el que no hagan cambios, direcciones en los apartamentos,
and so that the address of the apartments cannot be changed
porque no nos avisaron y solo cambiaron los números.
because they just changed the number of the apartments without letting us know beforehand.
De apartamento y ahora ya no recibimos nuestras cartas importantes.
As a result of which we're not getting any more important mail.
Y eso ha generado confusión y pérdida de correo importante.
Which has led to confusion and us losing important mail.
El sobrecargo de renta nos afecta, lo ha afectado ya que nos cambiaron.
This increase in rent has also impacted us because
la cantidad de renta y no es nuestra culpa.
It has increased the amount we're paying in rent without us being at fault for that.
Ya que los manejadores anteriores fueron los que dieron las cantidades que debíamos pagar de renta.
Since it was the previous managers of the apartments, the ones that decided how much rent we had to pay.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales.
So let me ask you, council members.
¿Sabían que estamos siendo acusados y teniendo represalias contra someter quejas relacionadas?
Did you know that we were being harassed and we were being retaliated against as a result of filing complaints relating to these ordinances?
A las ordenanzas que nos protegen en la ciudad de Oxnard.
That protect us here in the city of Oxnard.
Como inquilinos, sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4%.
As renters, establishing a cap of 4% in rent increase.
Pero también sabían que este dueño decidió solo cambiar las direcciones de nuestros.
But did you know that the owner decided on his own to change the address of our apartments?
Apartamentos sin avisar a la ciudad y a la oficina de correo lo que les estamos pidiendo.
Without letting the city or the post office know. What we are requesting
es que nos protejan del acoso y represalias que hemos sufrido.
Is to be protected from the harassment and retaliation that we have been the victims of.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Maria. The next speaker is Leonidas, and then Leonidas is going to be followed by Odette Moran. And I understand Odette Moran also speaks Mixteco, so we will allow her additional time. So, yeah, Leonidas is our next speaker. And then following him is Odette, Odette.
Excuse me. I'm going to be supporting, but I also signed up for public comment at the end. Yeah.
Thank you.
Leonidas?
Is this speaker, is this Leonidas? Is this who it is? Okay.
Leonidas? Eso es usted que habla.
Que ve con Leonidas Santiago Bautista. Ahí, Santiago Bautista.
I'm Leonidas Santiago Bautista.
And just to clarify, Leonidas will be speaking in Mixteco. However, we have asked for support to speak in Spanish.
Absolutely.
And so it might be triple translation.
Absolutely, yeah.
¿Lo quisiera decir en Mixteco o quiere dar el comentario como dijo primero para que les apoye?
Sí, que hable usted por nosotros porque no podemos hablar. No podemos leer ni escribir. Es lo que vamos a decir a ellos.
If it's okay, there's a request if I can read their comment in Spanish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I can translate this if not. If you want me, I can just translate it.
If I may read it in Spanish, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy Leonilde Santiago y Araceli está aquí también y vivimos en el departamento 545 Cuesta del Mar.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Leonidas Santiago. Here next to me is also Araceli, and we live in the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments.
Al departamento C o 4 y ya vivimos aquí por un año, pero ya no sabemos cuál es nuestra dirección.
And I've been living here in apartment either C or 4 for the last year, but at this point we don't know anymore what our address is.
Estamos aquí porque queremos que estamos sufriendo acoso, intimidación y represalias de parte del manager y el dueño.
And we're here because we want you to know that we're suffering from harassment, intimidation, and retaliation by the manager and the owner.
De los departamentos del 541 Cuesta del Mar.
Of the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments.
A Araceli, el manager, le dijo que por someter una queja al departamento de vivienda en la ciudad de Oxnard, nos iban a subir la renta.
The manager told Araceli that as a result of us filing a complaint at the housing department of the city of Oxnard, that we would see our rent increase.
En estos apartamentos se nos cobraba en efectivo y además en la primera reunión la nueva manager nos dijo que nosotros pagábamos una cantidad de renta y al anterior reportaba otra cantidad.
We were being charged for the rent for these apartments in cash, and on top of that, the first meeting we had with the new managers, she told us that if we didn't pay the amount in rent and the previous one, we would that the one before would be reported.
Ella supo que nosotros entregábamos la renta con la cantidad que nos decía el anterior manejamiento.
She knew that we were paying the amount in rent that was we were told to pay by the previous manager.
Pero por quejarnos al departamento de vivienda de Oxnard, la manager y el dueño nos estaban diciendo que a todos los que sometieron las quejas se nos iban a subir la renta.
But because of complaining to the housing department of Oxnard, the manager and the owner told us that those who filed a complaint would see their rent increase.
El sobrecargo de la renta nos ha afectado ya que nos cambiaron la cantidad de renta y no es nuestra culpa que los manejadores anteriores fueron los que nos dieron las cantidades que deberíamos de pagar de renta.
This increase in rent has impacted us since it changed the amount of we have to pay in rent, and it's not our fault that the previous managers told us how much rent we had to pay.
Y estamos aquí para preguntarles a ustedes, concejales, que si sabían que estamos siendo acosados y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas a las ordenanzas que nos protege la ciudad de Oxnard a nosotros como inquilinos.
And I want to ask you, council members, if you knew that we were being harassed and retaliated against when we file complaints relating to the ordinances that protect us as in the city of Oxnard.
Sobre que no nos pueden aumentar más la renta del 4%.
As renters, that don't allow rent increases beyond 4%.
Pero también sabían que este dueño decidió él solo cambiar las direcciones de nuestros departamentos sin avisar a la ciudad ni a la oficina del correo.
But did you know that the owner decided on his own also to change the address of our apartments without letting the city or the post office know beforehand?
Lo que les estamos pidiendo es que nos protejan de las represalias e intimidación de los dueños y el manejamiento.
What we're requesting from you is to protect us from the intimidation and retaliation that we're suffering from the owners and the managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonidas. Our next speaker is Odette Moran, and Odette's going to be followed by Maria Marcial. No?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre, soy María Marcial, vivo en los apartamentos 4951 Terrace Avenida en Oxnard.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Maria Marcial, and I live at 4951 Terrace Avenue Apartments in Oxnard, California.
Y vivo aquí desde hace 9 años,
And I've been living there for the last 9 years.
desde que sometimos la queja al Departamento de Vivienda de la ciudad.
Since we filed a complaint with the Housing Department of the City of Oxnard,
En diciembre del 23 hemos tenido consecuencias como represalias.
in December of 23, we have suffered consequences as, for example, being retaliated against by the owner
Del dueño y administradores de departamentos.
and managers of the apartments.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados?
Let me ask you, council members, did you know that we were being harassed and we were being retaliated against?
Y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas a las ordenanzas.
When we file complaints relating to the ordinances
Que nos protegen a nosotros, los inquilinos de la ciudad de Oxnard.
that protect us, the renters at the city of Oxnard.
Como la ordenanza 3013 sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4%.
Such as Ordinance 3013 that sets a cap of 4% in rent increases.
Ordenanza 3012 sobre desalojos justos.
And Ordinance 3012 about fair evictions.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo es que nos protejan de las represalias, intimidación.
What we're here is requesting to be protected against the retaliation and intimidation.
de los dueños y del manejamiento de los departamentos. No sean parte, no acepten que tomen represalias con nosotros.
By the owners and management of the apartments. Don't take sides, don't allow.
Cuando sometemos quejas que nos cubren las ordenanzas 3012 y 3013.
Don't allow us to be retaliated against when we file complaints covered under ordinances 3012 and 3013.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening to me.
Muchas gracias, Maria. Thank you. Candelaria, and Candelaria will be followed by Neredia Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good,
Soy Candelaria Tlachi.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Candelaria Tlachi.
Yo vivo en los apartamentos de Terras,
I lived at the Terrace Apartments
en el 4953 Avenue. Vivo aquí desde hace 5 años.
at 4953 Terrace Avenue, and I've been living here for the last 5 years.
Estoy aquí porque quiero pedirles protección en contra de represalias.
I'm here because I want to ask from you to be protected against retaliation, intimidation, harassment,
Y acoso que sufrimos los inquilinos cuando usamos las ordenanzas que tiene la ciudad de Oxnard que nos protegen.
when the renters that the renters suffer when we use the ordinances of the city of Oxnard that protect us.
Sobre no aumentar el 4% de renta de desalojos,
Setting a 4% cap on rent increases and from just evictions.
justos o cuando hacemos una queja al código de enforzamiento.
Oh, when we file a complaint with the code enforcement.
Nosotros estamos pidiendo a ustedes concejales y mayor que nos protejan
So we're requesting from you, council members and mayor, to protect us,
porque de nada sirve tener ordenanzas que protegen a los inquilinos si la consecuencia por enforzar las ordenanzas es el acoso, intimidación y represalias.
because what's the point of having an ordinance to protect the renters if the consequence of trying to make this ordinances or to enforce this ordinances is to be harassed, intimidated, and retaliated against.
Para los inquilinos que someten quejas al Departamento de Vivienda de la ciudad de Oxnard.
By those renters who file complaints with the housing department of the city of Oxnard.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Candelaria. We will go to Neredia Rodriguez, and then Neredia will be followed by Martha Polanco.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Nereida Lopez Rodriguez. I am a resident of the Marina Vista apartment complex on Brookside Avenue and have lived there since 2017. During the December 21st, 2023 storms, my apartment along with my neighbors were affected by the floods. The Marina Vista residents had a meeting in February of 2024 where the housing director, along with housing staff, our previous District 4 councilman, city manager, Mr. Nguyen, and the Marina Vista owner were present. During the meeting, the property owner promised us an opportunity to return to our apartment with the 4% rent increase after repairs were completed. But in November 2024, we were served with a fair return petition form asking for 37% rent increase in order to return to our apartment. We are still reeling from the economic losses of the flood, as well as the emotional and psychological trauma it has caused. We are now afraid of retaliation against us for not agreeing to the rent increase, and I am here to ask you to support us by not allowing or being part of this unfairness or retaliation. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Neraida. Martha Polanco, and then Martha's going to be followed by Migdia Reyes. Hi, Martha.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to everybody.
Yo soy Marta Polanco, yo vivo en los apartamentos de Marina Vista hasta el día de hoy.
I'm Marta Polanco, and I live currently at the Marina Vista Apartments.
Esta es mi dirección, 1931 Brookside Avenue en Oxnard.
My address is 1931 Brookside Avenue, Oxnard.
Porque en esta dirección tengo mis pertenencias y he vivido ahí desde hace 7 años.
Because it's at that address that I have my belongings, and it's there that I've been living for the last 7 years.
En las tormentas del 21 de diciembre del 2023, mi vivienda y las de mis vecinos se vieron afectadas por las inundaciones.
As a result of the storms of the December 21st, 2023, both my unit and the units of my neighbors were impacted by the floodings.
Nosotros tuvimos una reunión donde estuvo el director y staff de housing.
We had a meeting with the director and the housing staff present.
Nuestro concejal del Distrito 4 en aquel momento.
So our council member, the one represented District 4 at the time.
El administrador de la ciudad, Alexander Wen.
The city manager, Alexander Wen.
Y el dueño de los apartamentos de Marina Vista.
And the owner of the Marina Vista Apartments.
Como resultado de esta reunión, se llegó al acuerdo de que después de las reparaciones podíamos regresar a nuestros departamentos.
At this meeting, we reached an agreement that after the apartments were repaired, we could go back to the apartments and that we would see a rent increase of 4%.
Pero ahora en noviembre del 2024 nos llegaron unos documentos para aceptar o apelar el aumento de alrededor del 37%.
But now in November 2024, we receive a document telling us either to accept or to appeal a 37% rent increase, more or less.
Y además, en la última semana de diciembre, en el aniversario de las inundaciones, nos avisaron por la administradora de los apartamentos.
But then, on top of that, the last week of December, which was the anniversary of the floodings, we got a notice from the manager of the apartments
que teníamos que pagar $150 por el uso del garage.
That we would have to pay $150 for the use of the garage.
Porque ahí tenemos nuestras pertenencias.
Because it's there where we have our belongings.
Que el mismo dueño nos dijo que ahí las almacenáramos.
After being told by the owner himself to store them there.
Se nos dijo que si no firmamos, que aceptamos pagar los $150, nos sacaban nuestras pertenencias.
And we were told that we weren't to sign accepting to pay those $150, we would have our belongings taken outside.
Y tuvimos que firmar y aceptar pagar para que no nos sacaran nuestras cosas del garage.
And so we had to sign and pay the amount requested to avoid having our belongings taken outside the garage.
Nosotros también tuvimos pérdidas económicas.
We also suffered some financial losses.
También nos estamos recuperando emocional y psicológicamente.
And we are also recovering both emotionally and psychologically.
Tenemos traumas y secuelas económicas por lo que vivimos.
We have suffered from trauma and also from economic or financial consequences as a result of what we had to go through.
Tenemos miedo del que el dueño de los apartamentos de Marina Vista tome represalias contra nosotros por no estar de acuerdo con este aumento.
We're afraid that the owner of the Marina Vista Apartments will retaliate against us because of not agreeing with the increase.
ya que personalmente pienso que el cobro de $150 por el garage es el comienzo de acciones contra nosotros.
Because from my point of view, this $150 that we're being charged for the garage is just the beginning of other acts against us.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo es que nos escuchen y que no sean parte de las represalias en contra de nosotros.
What we're requesting is to listen to what we have to say and not to facilitate this retaliation against us.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Thank you. We will move to Emilia Reyes, and then she's going to be followed by Eva Rosete.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Emilia Reyes.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Emilia Reyes.
Yo vivo en los apartamentos de Marina Vista hasta el día de hoy. Esta es mi dirección, 1915 Brookside.
I live currently at the Marina Vista Apartments. My address is 1915 Brookside.
Porque en esta tengo mis pertenencias y he vivido ahí desde hace 12 años.
Because it's there where I have my belongings and it's where I lived for the last 12 years.
En las tormentas del 21 de diciembre del año 23, mi vivienda y la de mis vecinos se vieron afectadas por las inundaciones.
As a result of the December 21st, 2023 storms, both my unit and that of my neighbors were impacted by the floodings.
Nosotros tuvimos una reunión donde estuvo el director del staff de housing.
We had a meeting with the housing staff director present,
Nuestro concejal del distrito 4,
our council member, the one representing District 4,
el administrador de la ciudad, Alexander Wen,
city manager Alexander Wen,
y el dueño de Marina Vista Apartments.
and the owner of the Marina Vista Apartments.
El resultado de esta reunión,
The result of this meeting
después de las reparaciones, podíamos regresar a nuestros apartamentos.
was that after the apartments were repaired, we could go to our units back.
Pero ahora en diciembre del año 2024 nos llegaron unos documentos para firmar para aceptar un aumento de renta de alrededor del 37%.
But now in December of 2024, we got some paperwork for us to sign accepting a rent increase of around 37%.
Nosotros firmamos, pero contestando que queremos que revisen este aumento.
So we signed, but we also answered indicating that we would like for this increase to be reviewed
Lo que se llama hearing,
in what is called a hearing,
y esté un árbitro o personal neutral
and to have arbiter or a neutral person
y escuche para este aumento de renta desmedido.
to hear about this exorbitant rent increase.
Nosotros también tuvimos pérdidas económicas,
We also suffered financial loss,
como tener que comprar carros,
such as having to buy cars,
muebles, ropa,
furniture, clothing,
ir a rentar a otro lugar mientras reparan nuestros departamentos.
and have to rent another place while our apartments were being repaired.
Al igual que el dueño, nosotros también nos estamos recuperando económicamente.
And the same way as the owner, we're also having to recover financially
Emocionalmente,
and emotionally,
todavía tenemos secuelas económicas.
and we're still suffering some financial consequences.
Tenemos miedo
We are afraid
que el dueño tome represalias contra nosotros
that the owner might retaliate against us
por no estar de acuerdo con el aumento de renta.
for not agreeing with the rent increase.
Lo que estamos pidiendo es que nos protejan
We are requesting protection
y no sean parte de las represalias en contra de nosotros.
and not to facilitate this retaliation against us.
Gracias por escuchar.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eva, you're next, and then Lorena Flores will follow Eva.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to everybody.
Soy Eva Rosete, vivo en los apartamentos 4957 Terrace Avenue, Oxnard, California.
I'm Eva Rosete, and I live at the 4957 Torrance Avenue Apartments in Oxnard, California.
Y vivo aquí desde hace 16 años, desde que sometimos la queja de apartamentos.
Where I've been living for the last 16 years, but since we filed a complaint with the Housing Department
De vivienda de la ciudad de Oxnard en diciembre del 2023.
of the city of Oxnard in December of 2023,
El dueño y la administración de sus apartamentos
the owner and the manager of his apartments.
En abril de este año yo hablé al Código de Enforzamiento porque ya era necesario.
In April of this year, I got in contact with code enforcement because it was, we had to,
Que alguien de la ciudad viniera y revisara las condiciones que estamos viviendo aún pagando la renta puntualmente.
someone from the city of Oxnard to come over and check the conditions in which we were living, even though we were paying rent on time always.
Quiero solo decirles que para llamar al Código de Enforzamiento, yo y mis vecinos ya habíamos llamado repetidamente.
Just want to let you know that before we called code enforcement, both myself and my fellow neighbors had already called repeatedly the managers of the apartments.
A la administración de los apartamentos y el dueño nos hacían reparaciones y mantenimiento, no hacían reparaciones.
Yeah, and the owner, but they didn't repair or maintain.
La situación de intimidación que pasé es que llegó el inspector de la ciudad junto al socio del dueño.
So, so I was intimidated when the city inspector, together with the partner of the owner, came over
a revisar mi departamento y otros departamentos del dueño.
to check both my unit and other units of the owner.
¿Por qué llegaron juntos si yo hice la llamada?
Why did they come together if I called?
Que confidencial hay, si ustedes permiten que nos sientamos intimidados.
Trusting that if you allow us to be intimidated.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estábamos siendo acosados?
So let me then ask you, council members, if you knew that we were being harassed.
Y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas relacionados a las ordenanzas.
and being retaliated against when we file complaints relating to the ordinances.
Que nos protejan a nosotros, los inquilinos de la ciudad de Oxnard.
That protects us, the renters at the city of Oxnard.
Como la ordenanza 3013 sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4%.
Such as Ordinance 3013 that prevents rent increases above 4%.
Ordenanza del 3012 sobre el desalojo, sobre los desalojos juntos o llamar al código de enforzamiento.
Or Ordinance 3012 about just evictions or calling code enforcement.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo que nos protejan de las represalias y en intimidación de los dueños.
What we're requesting is to be protected from retaliation and intimidation by the owners and the managers of the apartments.
Y los administradores de los apartamentos cuando sometemos quejas.
When we file a complaint.
Que nos cubran las ordenanzas 3012 y 3013.
Under ordinances 3012 and 3013.
Hoy llamamos al departamento del Código de Enforzamiento.
When we call the Code Enforcement Department.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eva. Lorena, you are up next. And then Lorena is going to be followed by Carla Godinez Lopez. The next speaker is Lorena Flores.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to everybody.
Soy Lorena Flores y vivo en los apartamentos 4965 Terrace Avenue en Oxnard, California, y vivo aquí desde hace 14 años.
I'm Lorena Flores and I live at the 4965 Terrace Avenue Apartments, Oxnard, California, where I've been living for the last 14 years.
Desde que sometimos las quejas del apartamento de vivienda en la ciudad de Oxnard en diciembre del 2023,
Since we filed a complaint with the housing department of the city of Oxnard in December of 2023,
hemos tenido consecuencias como represalias del dueño y administradores de apartamentos.
there have been consequences like being retaliated against by the owner and the managers of the apartments.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados?
So let me ask you, council members, do you know we were being harassed?
Y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas a las ordenanzas que nos protegen.
And suffering from retaliation when we file complaints relating to the ordinances that protect us.
A nosotros los inquilinos en la ciudad de Oxnard, como la ordenanza 3013.
As renters in the city of Oxnard, such as Ordinance 3013.
Sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4% y ordenanza 3012 sobre desalojos justos.
Setting a rent cap increase of 4% and Ordinance 3012 regarding just evictions.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo es que nos protejan de las represalias o intimidación de los dueños.
What we're requesting is to be protected from the retaliation and intimidation by the owners
y la administración de los apartamentos y que no acepten o sean parte de represalias en contra de nosotros cuando sometemos quejas que nos cubren las ordenanzas 3012 y 3013.
and the apartment managers, and not to allow for us to be retaliated when we file a complaint under ordinances 302 and 3013.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lorena. Carla Godinez Lopez, and then Carla will be followed by Mr. Greg Runyon.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to everybody.
Soy Carla Godínez López.
I'm Carla Godínez Lopez.
Yo vivo en los apartamentos del 541 Cuesta del Mar.
I live at the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments,
He vivido aquí desde hace 2 años.
where I've lived for the last 2 years.
Les pido que paren el acoso e intimidación conmigo y con mis vecinos.
I ask you to stop harassment and intimidation against me and my fellow
En
neighbors
los apartamentos 541 Cuesta del Mar.
at the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments.
Después de someter la queja al Departamento de Vivienda en la ciudad de Oxnard,
After filing a complaint with the Housing Department of the City of Oxnard,
el dueño y la manager de los apartamentos 541 Cuesta del Mar
the owner and the manager of the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments
vinieron a mí
came to me
a preguntar quién era el líder y por qué había sometido una demanda a la ciudad.
to ask who was the leader and who had filed a claim against
Y me mostró una lista
at the city and showed me a list
de nombre y me decía, aquí está tu nombre. Y me
With-
preguntaba,
with names and told me, here's your name, and they asked me,
tú eres el líder, ¿por qué estás inconforme? Y estaba bien enojado que sentía que casi me pegaba el Señor.
and asked me if I was the leader and told me why I didn't agree, and he was so angry that I thought he was going to hit me.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales, ¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados y teniendo represalias cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas a la orden que nos protegen en la ciudad de Oxnard?
So let me ask you, council members, if you knew that we were being harassed and retaliated against when we file complaints under the ordinances that protect us at the city of Oxnard
Como inquilinos,
as renters,
sobre no aumentar la renta más del 4%,
setting a rent increase cap of 4%,
ordenanza de desalojos justos o cuando llamamos al código de enforzamiento,
the ordinance about just evictions or when we call code compliant.
los dueños y manager nos intimidan, nos hacen sentir que no valemos nada, que aunque paguemos renta,
And both the owners and the managers will intimidate us and feel like we're worthless.
y queramos pedir que se cumplan las ordenanzas,
And even when we pay rent and we're just asking for the ordinances to be enforced
nos intimidan y toman represalias en contra de nosotros.
because we're being intimidated and retaliated against us.
Le pedimos por favor que no permitan y no sean parte de tomar represalias en contra de nosotros.
So I ask you please not to facilitate those retaliation against us.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carla. Mr. Greg Runyon, and Greg, you're going to be followed by Dan Pinedo.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to try to do this right. Mayor MacArthur, Councilwomen Perez and Rodriguez, Councilman Starr. We're glad, and of course, our returners with Councilwoman Bersua, Councilman Perillo, and Vice Mayor Turan. You are a brand new council, and I didn't want to come up right away, but I've watched a few things, so I want to be careful. I actually wrote things down. I don't know if I'm going to say it all. But I just want to say this, that as a council, you're already divided. And you can say, oh, no. You're divided. And the job of a council is to bring together. You know, there's that old saying, a house divided will not fall. Well, if you're divided, the community's going to be divided. Y'all need to figure this out. This isn't a partisan thing, and it should not be an ego thing. The council needs to be ruled in public by the mayor. And it's the mayor who drives the show. And I'm saying this not as someone who's ever on council, but I'm an old guy, And I know when my dad was on the council, he was the divisive person in a 7-member council. And what ends up happening is people's agendas take over for the communities. Now, I say that believing that you are a very smart council, you are a very bright council, but you were elected in a district to serve all the residents, not a few, but all. And we've already seen it in public speakers who come up that we haven't heard them. Now they're here, which is good. That means we have an engaged citizenry. But man, start trying to reach out to the people who didn't vote for you, for the people who don't know you, because that's what we need. If this election was about anything, it was about a fresh start, not a return to the old, but a return to the new. And bluntly, that means when it comes to Councilman Starr, we have to give him absolutely every opportunity to succeed. Y'all figure it out. He got elected. Y'all need to figure it out. We have a new mayor who hasn't been a mayor before. He's a lifelong resident who's done a lot of things, but he's got to figure it out. We got 2 new councilwomen that have been active before. You guys got to figure it out, because the truth is, when you watch a council meeting and forgive me, and in public comments, there was 10 minutes of comments from you guys, which cuts into 10 minutes of hearing what the public has to say. So, having said that, I wish you all the best, because I think you're going to do a fabulous job. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, very much for those comments. Mr. Pinedo, and he is followed by Odette Moran.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Terán, council members, city staff. My name is Dan Pinedo. First, I want to comment on the rent issue. Entonces, no se vayan. I want to speak first about Mr. Duff. Mr. Duff was a wonderful man. You know, I remember him most of his, by his jovial demeanor. You could carry a conversation with him, and at the end of the sentence, there would be a chuckle. There would be a chuckle. And it was very pleasant and joyful to carry on a conversation with him. And to his family, I offer my deepest condolences. And thank you for all the work that you did, Duff. It was wonderful. But on this issue of rent controls, how much does it take for you, for the city, for city council members, for elected officials to hear, to act? These individuals come here and deliver a commentary regarding what is affecting them, but there's no action. You know, it was said at one point that it was not our jurisdiction. It may not be your jurisdiction, but it is your responsibility. If it is not your jurisdiction and it is the district attorney's jurisdiction, can you collectively get together and write a letter to the district attorney? Hey, there's something going on here. There's crimes being committed. Let me give you an example. I work for the post office, and it is a crime to mess with the mail, to mess with the delivery of the mail. There's a potential federal crime being committed. You know, Councilman Perello worked for the post office also. There's the potential of a federal crime being committed by somebody manipulating the addresses. For example, what if a vital communication is coming to a home concerning life or death, and yet it gets delivered to another address, and whatever the person that piece of mail is coming to suffers the consequences? a wrongful delivery? I believe, and I ask, y les pregunto a ustedes que retengan los biles con la dirección anterior y tomen fotos de los cambios de los números.
Thank you, Mr. Piñedo.
Por favor, gracias. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Piñedo. Odette, you're up next.
Good evening. Thank you first and foremost for listening to our comments. I want to start and say that this is the first time inquilinos that you see here before you today speak in front of a city council and have prepared their stories to share with you today. Right now in my public comment, I want to speak on both behalf of CAUSE and on tenants who spoke here today. We want to address some of the comments earlier made. First, that the apartment complex where the issue was taken to the district attorney was for the Via Oxnard apartments located at 5200 and 5300 J Street. None of the tenants present today are from Via Oxnard apartments. The Via Oxnard tenants brought their complaints to the city council, and the city connected with the district attorney office. CAUSE continued to communicate with the city staff through all of last year and asked to be included in the meetings with the district attorney's office, but we were never given that opportunity. We never received any updates nor insights to what outcome of these conversations with the district attorney were. The Via Oxnard tenants had negotiated and were notified that the city had negotiated an agreement to fix these apartments with the landlord, which the tenants subsequently signed. The tenants at Via Oxnard and CAUSE are working with the owners currently of Via Oxnard to make sure that the units are remediated and that the tenants return to their units at the same rental rate. But please let us be clear, what we're pointing out here today is what happens when tenants, after they file a complaint, not about the merits of a specific complaint. This is absolutely relevant to you as City Council, because there should be no tenants to feel comfortable or uncomfortable of giving any complaints to the city if they believe that they will be retaliated against. Or if the ordinance is failing to do what is its intended purpose, it is not acceptable. The tenants are being yelled at, threatened, and given termination notices when they assert their rights. Saying that they should only go to the DA is a lazier way of washing our hands clean from the fixed gaps that exist with these ordinances or the implementation of these. So thank you for giving time and space to listen to comments, and wish to continue to really stand up for what's right for our tenants here in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Odette, for your comment. And for CAUSE, thank you for organizing the speakers to come up and express themselves. Our next speaker is, I don't know if they're still there, they're two virtual speakers. We'll take the call from the number ending in 6377.
Mayor, that caller is no longer on the line. We'll take caller ending in 1622. Please press *6 to unmute. Introduce yourself if you'd like, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Excuse me, I unmuted already, but I guess I didn't catch it. Happy New Year to everybody, and may Mr. Duff's memory continue to be a blessing, comfort to her, God's comfort to his family and friends. This is Larry Barberine. I want to ask, first of all, I'm glad they had the moment of silence. I would just ask that we get back to the consistent, every meeting, moment of silence. Some of us use that for praying for you folks there on the council and for the staff. Hopefully we can get back to what Ben Franklin showed at the Constitutional Convention, where he called for public prayer to the God of our fathers, the divine providence there. Hopefully we can get back to that in our country, including at our city council. I want to Also, in reference to the December 17th meeting, former Officer Goodman, who was making, whatever you think of his points, I thought they're pretty good, although might not use all the same words. His on the YouTube replay got cut off because it was split into two parts. That the YouTube replay of that. I mean, if somehow we can get his full remarks, that would be great. Also in that meeting, I want to reference what Mr. Velasquez, Mr. Gutierrez mentioned in public comments. I would, and in playing off that, I would hope that we would sunset, let's Measure O sunset that part of the sales tax sunset. And if someone can tell me when that is, the sales tax historically, and this one too, I'm sure, it hurts, it's a burden on the poor, the working poor, the lower middle class the most. And if we need to, and Mr. Velasquez mentioned something that I thought might have a sense of, but that it is the big reason why we're in the black, because this big sales tax, but it's on the burden of the poor and such. If we need to have a leaner bureaucracy, leaner staff in order to that would be preferable than the burden on the working poor and such. Also, lastly, I'd like to know what happened to our opportunity zones, federally passed around 2018 or so. A great way to help the poor get businesses into poorer parts of our city and around the country. I want to know what happened to that. I haven't heard about that in a long time. And lastly, just want to thank a sign of unity in the city. I, a Northsider, got big help from Savers Smog Check. Ramon working part-time over there. Really appreciate his help. And get close to that Smog Check registration time. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting on the line and for your comments. We'll go now to Julie Pena. And I think she's our last speaker. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Julie Pena, and I'm a former board member of CAUSE. I just want to say thank you to CAUSE and the current leaders, and commend the people that came up and spoke on the issues of their harassment from the managers of their apartments. And it may not be in your jurisdiction, but they're asking for your support. And any action from you to the DA's office would be considered very, very helpful, and they would be very grateful for any action you can take to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. If there are no further speakers, we will go to the next item on the agenda. That's item E, the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Diego, hold that slide. I'm going to make a few comments about the housing, the rent issue. I want to get a little bit real here. So I can't, well, I could, but I won't address the specific allegations tonight prior to having the opportunity to review the complaints, any documents and evidence. But I want to talk about it in general terms because these allegations are very familiar, not just with the prior apartments buildings, but in other communities as well. So the comment about the district attorney's office is not a question, it's not a black and white question about jurisdiction. It's about different levels of authority. And I've said before that our ordinance, for what it's worth, just has baby teeth. That's what cities can have. And that's why we asked in the Via Oxnard case, we asked the district attorney to review it. We all did a lot of work to get as much information as we can. Ultimately, they did not take it up as what I had asked for as an unfair business practice case. in addition to the city ordinance, there's also the state rent ordinance or law. So these kinds of allegations that you've heard tonight not only cross our ordinance, but also cross state law, if they're indeed true. But there's a bigger problem here, and I've tried to explain this before. First of all, I want to be clear. On the one hand, obviously, the private sector is not perfect, and there are bad actors. But that doesn't mean all landlords are bad actors, but we certainly have some who are bad actors in every community. With the city's ordinance, the city's regulations and code enforcement, they will, those who are the bad actors, they will dip their toe across the line every time and pull it back just in time. They just play out the clock, and it wears down our families, and it drives people insane and out. That's how the game is played. City attorney's giving me the hook, so let me be very clear about this. We have a city attorney's office that represents the municipal corporation as an entity, but cannot represent residents directly. We have the private bar, which will never take up these cases because, frankly, there's no money in it. And that's when you have nonprofits, NGOs, nonprofit law organizations. But we don't have a Centro Legal de la Raza here in this community, and we really need one. But that's where the gap is filled. So what I would like to do under my authority is to go and hire a pit bull attorney that can represent some of these cases where there are infractions of our ordinance and take on these cases. And then I'll work with the city attorney to consider what we might want to propose in the next budget in terms of beefing that up some more. But there's in my estimation, what you're hearing about, to me, is an unfair business practice. As plain and as simple as it is, and there's much, much more teeth in prosecuting that than our ordinance. So we will continue to advocate with the district attorney's office. But within my authority, I am going to hire an attorney to take on some of these cases. Thank you. No,
thank you,
nothing's happened yet. Okay, and I do have one quick announcement. Diego, if you can pull up the slide, it's a small ounce of good news. Just over the holidays, Standard & Poor's gave the city a credit rating improvement, a great improvement. So we are very, well, I guess I should say we're satisfied. It's just we're continuing to improve our financial position, our financial management, and it is clearly reflected in the fact that Standard & Poor's gave us another credit rating improvement. So we've gone from A+ to AA-. I know that sounds like it's backwards, but it actually isn't. It's an improvement. And in another case, A to A+, and then AA- to AA. So there's still more that we want to strive for to continue to make the improvements, but stability is by the way, when they interview us for these reviews, the money in the bank is like one of the few things they actually look at. They look at a whole range of issues regarding an organization, not just the money in the bank account. So it's a good sign. The finance staff are very proud of this, as they should be. And we will keep striving to get a few more credit rating improvements over the next couple of years. But it's an ounce of good news for the new year. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That is great news. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item F. City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, Financing Authority, Business Committee reports. At this time, a member of the legislative body may make a brief announcement or make a brief report on his or her activities. Further, members of the legislative body may request a scheduled consideration of whether to place an item on a future agenda. The legislative body cannot enter into detailed discussion or take action on any item presented during this report. The member's report shall not exceed 3 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officers. 3 minutes, yeah. At this time, do any council members have any announcements or anything to report? Councilmember Perez?
First, I'd like to start off by saying Happy New Year to everybody. I also wanted to thank all of the organizations and individuals in our community who held toy and food distributions throughout the city of Oxnard. I had the opportunity to attend many of them, and it was just amazing to see the community come together to ensure that those that are in need can also enjoy the holiday season. I had the opportunity today to meet with the Southwinds Neighborhood Council Chair and community leaders to discuss the important needs of the Southwinds neighborhood, and I look forward to meeting with District 6 Neighborhood Council Chairs and Vice Chairs next month in February. I did want to report that there are 2 upcoming neighborhood councils meetings happening here in District 6. This Thursday, January 9th at 6 p.m., Redwood Neighborhood Council will be meeting at Our Savior's Evangelical Lantern Church. The address is 905 Redwood Street. And then next Wednesday, January 15th, Blackstock South will be holding a meeting at 6 p.m. at the South Oxnard Center located at 200 East Bard Road. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Councilmember Perella?
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I'd like the city attorney to let us know if we can share the communication between the district attorney's office and the issue with respect to the last speaker and the issues with respect to that apartment. Because I want to give some credit to cause. This is the first time that they come up and give addresses. Months and years, specifically Brian McDonald, Mayor Pro Tem, and myself have asked for addresses, and people are brought up to that podium and they won't ever give addresses. So to the credit of this group, they gave addresses. The comments that I have, the fatality that happened last night at 624, intersection of Channel Islands and Dallas Road. Somebody on a bicycle got hit, and then somebody else ran over him. Both parties took off. That is a tremendously populated area. Somebody had to see something. For God's sakes, somebody had to see something. Call the cops. Very similar to the lady that spoke tonight at public comment. Felt threatened. I hope the attorney is telling people they have a right to call a cop. I hope the same attorneys are telling those people that when they sign a document, they ought to have somebody check it out. We're supposed to be what's called a nation of laws. Current events aside, we're still a nation of laws. The second thing is, tonight we had a wonderful presentation from a high school student on this, the Pledge of Allegiance. But I recall from the very first time this council came on board, I'm requesting that we have a presentation to the city council, the difference between school government and city government. No matter what this city council wants to do, we're not involved in educating kids. We can give them money, we can give them help, we can allow them to come up to the podium, we can entice people, we can maybe do business, private and public, with some of these school districts. But I'd like to, because I think it's time people realize, take a look at your property taxes and see where your property taxes, in which direction they go, school districts or cities. Just a self-help question for maybe you'd find out you get a real wake-up. The last one is, I have spoken with the previous mayor, the city manager, and the city attorney about this. I believe with current events and going back specifically since October 7th with the Gaza stuff, there has to be something in the city of Oxnard, a separation of church and state. When we are painting religious symbols on public property, more than one, that's wrong, and we have no policy in place. That is wrong. We're going to polarize things that should never have been polarized, and previous council should have been smart enough to know that. I should have been smart enough to ask about it a long time ago. But when you have individuals making presentation saying this is the religion of our community, that's wrong. The next, on Patterson Road, there was a county-installed camera crew, a camera to try to take the illegal dumping. The camera's gone, now the illegal dumping is back. But I hope that our residents, you can drive around and find out where we drop tires, where we drop furniture, where we drop mattresses. The city of Oxnard has free trash days. The next one's April 5th, follow that, April 12th, follow that, November 1, from 8 to 12. Free. That's a magic word in this country, free, instead of dumping it in your neighbor's area. And these are not people coming from Port Hueneme, Camarillo, or Ventura. These are our residents. And because of that free, when we catch them, I hope we prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. The last one, I want to thank the young lady with the black hat sitting in the second row. You were the most vocal and advocating applause giver when we had a presentation of what happened with our status with the budget and the bonds, and nobody else did a thing. And you understand, because of what you've been involved in, what that means to the city. That's right. I wish some of the rest of the people in there understood the same thing. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Those are
thanks,
my comments.
Ms. Montgomery, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Perello.
And I beg your pardon.
Yeah, no problem.
I beg your pardon, Mayor. Villa Marina has a neighborhood council meeting coming up on June 16th, 6:30, Krista McAuliffe School. And East Village is having a neighborhood council meeting coming up January 22nd, 6:30, 7 to 7:30, Rio Rosales School. Thank you for letting me say that.
No, thank you, Councilmember Perello. Any other councilmember want to make? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all of the folks who came to speak in public comment. I think I certainly heard very distinctly the experiences that they're having with bad actors or potential bad actors, as was pointed out. And I imagine my colleagues have heard it as well. And I appreciate them sharing which apartment complexes they are speaking of and where they live, because that is certainly helpful in being able to reach out and follow up from staff. And if we heard it and the public heard it, I assure you our staff has heard it. And I have added it well into my notes, some of the themes that I heard consistently from our speakers. So I thank them for not only having the courage to come and do that, but taking the time on a Tuesday evening to come here when I'm sure many of them have to get up very early tomorrow to go to work or school. So thank you for that. I just have a couple items here. I was looking at my calendar to kind of orient myself, and I realized that our last regular meeting was the middle of December. And so December 20th, following that meeting, I want to thank Abel Velasquez, who's here tonight, and his team, as well as the Eastside Little League, for holding a toy drive at Colonia Park. And there was a great turnout and a really great turnout of donated toys to ensure that the young people and families who came out for that all received a toy to help them with the holiday season and recognize it. So thank you to you and your team and to Eastside Little League for all the work on that, and anyone else who participated in coordinating that. As Councilmember Perello had mentioned too, I think it's fair to just leave a reminder for the public that in addition to our regular bulky item collections that happen throughout each neighborhood council, and the collection days that happen at the Del Norte facility, every single day that the Del Norte facility is open for accepting recyclables and items, people can bring mattresses at no cost to the facility any day. They can also bring electronics, light bulbs, batteries, things that cannot go in the regular trash and should not go in the regular trash stream. You can bring them at no cost. And I just rode my bike there last week to drop off a bunch of old incandescent and CFL light bulbs. And they took them no problem and brought some old ballasts as well from some fluorescent lights. No questions asked. They said, yes, thank you for bringing them. Dropped them off, and that was that. So I encourage folks to do that. Not only you're not supposed to put them in the trash, they need to go and be collected by our facility, but also I hope that it helps to know that so people don't leave these things in the alleys knowing they can't put them in the trash as well. And lastly, the River Park Neighborhood Council meeting is going to be meeting on February the 12th, Wednesday evening. And that's the first District 2 meeting of the year I've been made aware of. So I'm sure we'll get more coming on board. I believe Carriage Square typically meets in February as well. So I'm sure I'll hear of those coming online here in the next couple of weeks. So happy New Year to everybody, and happy to be back. Looking forward to a productive 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Basua, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
First of all, I also want to wish everybody a happy new year. Looking forward to this year. And just to add additional resources, not only do we have pickup days, cleanup days, you can take stuff to Del Norte. We also have a program, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong. If you are a trash, if you pay sewer, water, and trash, you are able to have the city come and pick up to 5 items to your home on the curb for free. So that is correct. So
You have to schedule it, though. We can't read your mind.
no, that is correct. That is correct. You have to schedule it, and they do check that you are on good terms with your account. That's one of the things that they do. And the second thing is they're about a month out. But if, for example, over the break, I was at my mom's house and I was cleaning some stuff out, and it gives me time to collect those big items, schedule it, and know somebody's gonna come pick them up. So some information for the general public in case they did not know that. That is another service that the city of Oxnard does provide. In regards to the speakers that came out today, this is not something new that has happened in our city since our ordinance was passed. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because it happens a lot more than what we believe, these owners are in the business to make money, and they are not in the business to help people. And it's a business to them, and they pry on the most vulnerable people in our community. And they know this, and they do it. And they know that these individuals, these families, hardworking families, don't have access to legal representation because they can't afford it, just like our city manager stated. So I applaud the city manager for taking this on, for hopefully bringing this back during our budget, which is going to happen within the next few months, and trying at least to, give some hope. But I will tell you that these owners of these properties wasting hundreds and thousands of dollars on legal is nothing to them. It really is. So I want us all to keep that in mind and also see what we can do with the DA office. I know they're really busy, but this is extremely important. And also educating our landlords, I think, is really important. And rules and regulations change all the time. And some landlords, we will let them know. And I say we will let them know because it happens in my line of work continuously. You can't do this because there's this law. And a lot of them will say, oh, thank you for informing me. I did not know. And they're really grateful to us for that information. Others don't care. And others will terminate a family and not care where that family goes in order to get a $200, $300 more a month. So I want to praise our city manager for taking that on. I'm looking forward to having that come back during the budget process and get some much needed help to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua. Councilmember Starr.
All right, let me just start off by first saying, I guess I should make a motion that, or request rather, that we consider the LMD audit report in closed session so the 7 of us can see that. I'd like to know if there's a second to do that, and then I'll move on to the rest.
So let me go over the process itself. I'm going to do what I said before and hit the pause button, and we'll read the council's procedure for future agenda items. So typically, most items are scheduled through the city manager's office based on the administrative needs of the city. The intent of this policy is to provide an orderly means through which an individual council member can raise an issue for discussion and possible city council direction or action. A council member requesting an item to be placed on a future council meeting may, 1, briefly announce their request during the city council business committee reports portion of the council meeting agenda, this portion. 2, submit a detailed request in writing to the city clerk, or 3, both. Each request shall be referred to the city council committee most related to the subject of the request unless the need for action requires the item to be considered sooner, in which case the item may be placed on the agenda for the next council meeting at the discretion of the mayor and mayor pro tem. So that is the policy. So can't do it through a motion to place on a future agenda.
I have a question. If this were to go through a committee, which committee would it go through? Because that would be in the open. It would seem to me that it makes, I'm not sure what the mechanism is to put something into closed session, which is where it belongs, because I don't think you want us discussing it in open session, right?
Well, I think we would need to review the written request, and that way we could determine for sure what it would be. Okay. So often these things end up in the finance and governance. However, we'd have to look at the specific wording of the request.
And just for clarification, the city attorney, if I understand it correctly, if a council member wants to make a request to place an item on a future agenda, does he necessarily have to make a motion? Or can he just ask for the item to be placed?
No, the process is to announce the request.
Okay.
Or submit a detailed request to the clerk, or both.
Got it. Okay.
And then it gets referred to committee.
Is that your request, Councilmember Starr, that be placed on the future agenda item?
I'll attempt that route. Let's see how that works.
Okay.
So moving on to other items. So I want to follow up on that vehicle versus bicyclist fatality at First and Roosevelt that I mentioned at the last regular meeting. I'm expecting to receive in early February a traffic engineering analysis of the intersection to determine whether we need to either reorient the stop signs so that they stop traffic on Roosevelt instead of First, or if we need to go to a four-way stop. I do want to thank resident Lisa Burnell for submitting a request that we investigate whether speed bumps on Roosevelt might be a better answer. I'm going to skip that one. On Christmas, resident Joe Morales contacted me, voicing his concern there was a very loud party near his home, actually in the next street over, he could hear it, in the Rose Park area, and that calls for police service to abate the noise didn't seem to resolve the situation. I reached out to Assistant Chief of Police Morehouse to see if I can get a better understanding of the availability and deployment of police resources. Ms. Morehouse is arranging a tour for me of the Emergency Communications Center so I can better see what the police department is experiencing, and I believe she is also working on putting me in touch with whomever is collecting and managing data so I can obtain a more granular understanding of the deployment and demands for police resources. So I want to thank Ms. Morehouse in advance for that. I want to thank resident Jeff Hershen for making me aware of streetlights that are not working on O'Cotland Way. I think Anthony Miller was already working on this and recently received replacement parts that had long lead times, and it's expected that this issue will be resolved by the end of January. So good work there. I have a briefing scheduled with the Public Works Director, Michael Wolf, this Friday on the aquifer storage and recovery well. I'm particularly seeking an analysis of projected cost per acre foot, including cost of capital improvements and how that compares to the various other sources of water. At our last regular council meeting, we had discussion of the golf course contract and some possible modifications needed. I did email my general concerns about the contract to Public Works Director Michael Wolf, who mentioned that the latest draft agreement is a work in progress and that staff should be able to discuss with me after they finish their review in a few weeks. I'm hoping that means it'll be done by the end of January. I was contacted by a concerned resident about the Teal Club project and whether an air quality study from over 2 miles away is relevant. I reached out to Community Development Department Planning Supervisor Jay Dorowski to obtain information as to how close the testing needs to be relied upon, and Mr. Dabrowski expects to be able to give me an answer by January 10th. So I thank him for that. In late December, I saw that City Treasurer Philip Molina was requesting that CFO Javier, I'm messing up the name here, Hagoyan Lazaro, to provide documentation showing that the City Council authorized nearly $1.5 million in wire payments to Mercy House. Seemed like a really reasonable request to me, so I've asked our CFO to copy me on any response. I look forward to seeing such a response in the very near future, and I'll report to the City Council at our next meeting as to what I received. In late December, I sent an email to Housing Director Emilio Ramirez, copied the City Manager, seeking to learn the status of renewing an expired lease with Kingdom Center, which is operating Gabriel's House on South Rose Avenue. Just so you know, they serve women and children who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. And I'm seeking to learn as well about the status of an $80,000 grant from 2017 of ADA funds, which we don't know what happened to it yet. Seeking to learn the status of a $1 million grant from 2018 from California. I was told by the City Manager at the December 30 special meeting of the Council that Emilio Ramirez is no longer working for the city and that the information I request is being gathered. I don't know what the target date is for that information, but that's something I'll follow up on. I requested from Kathleen Mallory of the Community Development Department an accounting of cannabis fees charged by the city and collected from the applicants. So I really appreciate how she proactively included in her response a target date for delivering the report. That is exactly the type of response I would expect from an effective manager. So my hat's off to Kathleen Mallory. Thank you very much. Last item, I was contacted by a constituent who lives on Lucero Street. I won't say her name, though she said I could. She lives directly behind a sober living facility operating out of a residence on Lombard Street. And I didn't think there was much we could do about this since state law treats this as a residential use. But then she told me that the manager of the facility is a man by the name of Dean Lutz. And apparently there's a Dean Joseph Lutz who was convicted of systematically torturing 2 young girls, killing one of them. She was only 4 years old. Her sister, the other victim, was 3 years old. Mr. Lutz was sentenced to prison and he's now on parole. And I want you to think about it. We have, if it's the same person, and she says it is, we have a convicted child killer who's a manager of a sober living facility right near an elementary school. And this just cannot be allowed to stand. So I'm sorry. So I reached out to Assistant Police Chief Denise Morehouse, and I'm happy to say that she didn't waste any time in responding. I'm hoping that the beat coordinator and the neighborhood policing team sergeant will be able to give us information quickly as to what options we have. We just simply can't have a convicted child murderer living among us, especially near children. That's just something that we can never, ever, ever tolerate. And that's what I have to say today. I'm sorry about getting choked up on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes. I'll keep my comments brief for some of the things I wanted to highlight. I had briefings with city staff about disaster preparedness, and I really appreciate what has been shared with me in terms of like the fires and what we do as a city. I'd like to encourage folks to complete a very quick survey that's only a few minutes long, just for us to have a baseline as a city of where we stand and how we can best support our community at large. As you know, we're expecting very high winds, so I appreciate the communication we've received from Chief Hamilton and the rest of the team. But I also think it's very important that we continue working on educating our community on how they can best prepare and be ready for natural disasters and such. So the disaster preparedness survey is in English and Spanish, and I just wanted to flag that for folks. Surveymonkey.com /r/OFD. Couldn't make it easier, right? Oxnard Fire Department. And again, in Spanish, just adding the word Español. The other thing I wanted to highlight was a point-in-time homeless count is coming up on the 22nd of this month. So folks who have the time, willingness, and ability to participate in that can get more information by going to ventura25.pointintime.info. So I think it's really important, especially for us as a community, to support those who are able to, willing, and again, it's on a Wednesday morning till noon. So should you be interested and able to volunteer, then please look into that information. And again, just happy holidays to everybody, and shout out to the many different groups who came together to make it a very special holiday season for all, and wishing everybody the best in 2025.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. I do have some comments. Certainly I heard the speakers here tonight, and so I'd like to just follow up, request some items be placed on future agendas. For example, certainly, what is the process for us once a complaint is filed, much like the folks that were here sharing their experiences, and I noted that many of them live on Cuesta del Mar and also on Terrace, which are some of the poorest communities, much like Councilwoman Basua mentioned. So I'd like to see what, in a future agenda, what that looks like. What happens once somebody files a report? What is our responsibility? How do we process that? And also certainly, I like the commentary by our city manager about potentially looking at a pit bull type lawyer that can go after some of these folks that are maliciously doing some of these actions that were highlighted here by the members of the public that came to speak. Also like to see if we could put on an agenda item what it would look like to establish a committee or a council committee specific to our historic district, if that's a possibility, if we can do something like that. And also, I think one of the virtual callers called up and said that the December 17th meeting, that the YouTube video was either cut in half or it didn't completely capture the initial remarks that were made by some of the speakers. So I'd like to see if we could address that. And then a few more items for future, to be placed on future agendas, is I'd like to see a report from staff on the landscaping maintenance districts, the status of the non-functioning pole lights on Oxnard Boulevard, the center median between Gonzales and Colonia Road, request a list of vacant commercial buildings in the south end of Oxnard, and also to look at the possibility of solar lighting in parks to allow for sports practice, and to look at that ordinance that prohibits usage of parks when it gets dark. And lastly, I'd like to see where we're at, or if we have any signage at all on Oxnard Boulevard and the gateways into our city about our Heritage Square and historic district that is here. So those are some of the items I'd like to see on future agenda. And then also I'd like to see if we can maybe I'd like to see if we can move to recess for about 5 minutes. It's now 8:56. If we can come back at 9:01. Yes, Council Member. Okay, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just as a quick thing, and not to get into extended discussion on it, but I did bring to the attention of our communications department about the cutoff that happened that was mentioned by the speaker. And to my knowledge, the full upload is on the city's website. I can't speak to the YouTube video if that was there, but people can find the full video, and I'll follow up with staff to see if that has been uploaded to YouTube though. But
okay,
all of the comments are in whole, at least on the city's website. Thank you.
So maybe we can look at pushing that out to YouTube to address the callers' concerns. Yes, sir, Council Member Perello.
You had mentioned and I missed it. You want to establish a committee for what purpose?
Yes, sir, Council Member Perello. I'd like to see what it would look like to see if at all, if it's possible to establish an independent, instead of just a neighborhood council that currently just encompasses a historic district, if we could at all entertain the idea of having just a committee or a council that is separate from the neighborhood council, just specific to our historic district, and to see what that would look like,
The historic district in the city of Oxnard.
the historic district.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much for clarification.
And if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to move to recess for 5 minutes and come back at, what time is it now?
9:03.
So let's come back at, 9:03. Thank you.
Bio break.
Okay, thank you. It's now 9:07, and just want to call the meeting back into order. And during the break, Mayor Pro Tem Teran confirmed with our IT specialist that the December 17th meeting to address the virtual callers' remarks about it not being fully uploaded, he confirmed that that's now, the entirety of that meeting, including the early comments, are all uploaded now back to YouTube. So thank you, Diego and the IT staff for doing that. Also, before we proceed, I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Perez. We're still on the subject of adding additional items to future agenda.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we can add to in a future agenda item to request that we send a unified letter to the DA's office regarding the circumstances that we heard tonight of our residents here and their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. If there are no further comments, the next item on the agenda is the review of information and consent items on the agenda. The members of the legislative body will consider whether to remove information consent agenda items for discussion later during this meeting. Do any council members at this time have any consent items they wish to discuss?
Yeah, pretty much most all of them, except for number 11. Hopefully I can get there pretty quickly.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on the consent agenda items?
Mayor, we have no speakers virtually or in person for the information and consent agenda.
Okay. If there are no speakers, what is the pleasure of City Council on the city items on the information consent agenda? We can just go down, if you've got a lot of questions, Councilman Starr, we can just go down the list and.
So basically, maybe we just start with item number 1 and then go from there, see who has questions, and then, because I do have one thing that I'm going to recommend, but you tell me how you'd like me to go forward.
Which item are you referring to that you want to start with?
I-1, which is the minutes.
Okay.
I see an issue, and so my question is this, is on page 23 for the December 17 minutes. So on the consent item J9, it indicates that Teran is recusing, and on J11, rather, I'm saying, it's saying that he's abstaining, and J11 says that Basu is abstaining, but I think that I wonder if it's more appropriate that we say that they're recusing. It's not like they were here and they abstained from voting, that they participated somehow. I would think that my colleagues would want something in the minutes to say that they actually recused and perhaps the reason for it, if that's appropriate. So, but.
Discussion?
Yes.
So the minutes are meant to just give us a quick summary. It's not for it to be written out completely, and I don't think our job here is to dictate. As long as we understand it, we're not here to dictate. We're here to set policy. I'm not sure that's a policy.
City Attorney, can you provide some clarification on that?
So I believe it would be appropriate to include that in the minutes, the basis for the recusal, since that is aside from our typical action documentation, it's for purposes of regulatory compliance with the FPPC.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Thank you. And we've had this visit in the past regarding a recusal versus an abstention from a vote, and there is a distinction there. And as the city attorney mentioned, when it comes, we recuse ourselves because of wanting to stay in compliance or be upfront about any potential conflicts with things per the FPPC. And so, as Councilmember Starr had mentioned, if the minutes reflect that, an abstention, there is a distinction between that and a recusal. So there would be a correction on that. Beyond that as well, if anyone is free to operate in what works best for them. When I review minutes and if I find something that needs a correction, I will often email the clerk ahead of time and say, hey, there's something I noticed, because then when we come to the council meeting, it can be announced that correction is made ahead of time, or the agenda can be amended ahead of the meeting. So we need not wait until the live meeting to do those things. We can let the clerk know ahead of time.
Councilmember Pearl.
I give Mr. Starr credit for asking this question. This has been long overdue. It's a very simple matter. One member of the council recused herself because of a conflict, because of where she works. And that's legitimate, and I think it needs to be in there. The other member of council recuses himself because he may do business in the future with entities. That opens up a can of worms. Each time that we're going to do business with any entity that we may do business, is that valid for an abstention? It's a personal choice by the elected official, but I think it needs to be identified.
I agree.
That's my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. Any other comments on that? I do appreciate you bringing that up, Councilmember Starr, but to...
I'm just trying to protect my fellow council members here. If you're ready for number 2.
Oh, just one moment. I did, just to piggyback off of that comment, I think for something like that, I think, even, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, but maybe something like that would be most efficiently handled by just an email if we see that, and then a correction can be made and we can discuss it here. Is that a better process?
Yes, that would be great. And for these minutes for December 17th, we will just remove them from the agenda, and then I'll make that correction and bring them back to the, at the meeting on.
We can correct them now.
Appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, won't we be able to make a motion to have her take out the abstain and do the recused? And that can just be a simple fix, and then we don't have to bring it back.
We could, but I think it's what the city clerk is suggesting is better, because then it'll be really clear what was written down, and then we can say that that's okay. If we just say, hey, I want you to change this and this, and it's kind of fuzzy, it may not get the outcome that you really want. So I think the city clerk is wise to take this approach.
Councilmember Perillo?
Thank you. I think that the choice of any council member when they read the minutes, whether it's 5 minutes before the meeting or the full 14 or 12 days, whatever it is, and they find a problem, if we send something to the city clerk, we need to make sure that she understands it. But we also need to voice it when we come here. There needs to be a correction, because I'm human and I make mistakes. And there may be a mistake made, because the minutes that go out, it's not just the 7 that sit up here to look at those minutes. It's the whole enchilada of the city of Oxnard. They look at the minutes. So I think it's good that everything's above board.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilmember Perillo. Mayor Pro Tem?
And just regarding the question about whether to pull that particular set of minutes tonight and bring it back, I think at the discretion of whoever makes the motion, they could certainly do that, or they can, if it was a singular correction that's been stated publicly and is the change of a single word, a council member could move to approve this item with the correction.
Yes, Councilmember Perillo.
Mayor, I'd make the motion to approve item 1 with the correction, as we have an opportunity for the 2 council members that are here in presence, here to state why they abstained. We could change the word from recuse to abstain and why. And then it's taken care of. We don't have to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll just get it done. That's my motion. I hope this.
Didn't abstain, they recused.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Councilman Rodriguez. Thank you.
Is there a second to Councilmember Perillo's motion?
I will second. So we will, just to clarify, we will change the wording, and then we will add the reason why, which has already been stated on record.
So I guess I have a request of the city clerk. Are you in a position right now where you could say out loud what this will say instead? And if I'm hearing it, I can go, okay, that's great.
Mayor and council members, I think just because it's late, I'm just gonna, I'm requesting that the minutes be removed from the agenda for December 17th. They'll come back to the council at our next meeting with that correction.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
So I guess we need to,
Yeah.
so
we're just dying the mo-
so we
we'll just-
defeat this motion, then we,
Yeah.
So
let
we'll
this motion
remove the
die.
minutes.
Okay.
or if there's unanimous consent here, if you want to withdraw the motion, that'd be fine?
Councilmember Pereira, do you want to withdraw the motion?
Okay, so with unanimous consent, we could do that? Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the motion dies. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Starr, I think you mentioned you wanted to go to the next item. Is that
This is the one regarding the 10th Annual Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule. This has to do with the successor agency for the redevelopment agency. So I guess I'm trying to get some better understanding of this because I didn't see this in the report. I do see that these obligations continue through 2038. So we're collecting money to pay off these bonds, these legacy bonds, if you will. My question is, once the debts are all repaid, what happens to the tax that continues to be collected? Does it just go into like a general pool that the county has and then they divvy it up with everybody? Or what? You know, the money just doesn't disappear, does it?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Adam Smith, City Manager's Office. You were correct. The tax increment from the redevelopment areas go to pay the obligations which are before you tonight. And then the residual tax increment goes to the taxing agencies throughout the county, which is the county, education agencies. The city's general fund is also a taxing entity. And then once all those obligations are paid off, the property tax revenue flows like it would any other obligation, basically.
Thank you. And I do have a question on page 35 in section 4 of the resolution. It looks like we appear to be reserving the right to challenge the validity of ABX 126, but given that elsewhere it says that the California Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of that very bill, I'm just wondering what's the purpose of the language in there? What are we reserving if the Supreme Court has already decided this?
It's a good legal question, and thankfully we actually do have our successor agency counsel online that could probably more accurately answer that question.
Okay.
And
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Governing Board of the Successor Agency. This is Todd Mooney. I'm a partner with Kane, Ballmer, and Berkman, and we are special counsel to the city. And that's standard language as it has been in these ROPS resolutions for the past 12 years that allowed the city to, or allow the successor agency to make legal challenges that may arise pertaining to AB 26. We don't want to give up our right to make any challenges for whatever circumstances that may arise.
So would this be a challenge that's different than the one that was decided in the California Supreme Court in the California Redevelopment Agency, Redevelopment Association versus Matasantos? Is that why we're putting this in here? Because in case there's something different than that that's going up to the courts to deal with this?
It's slightly different in that the law itself, the existence of the law has been settled. So now it would be a question of the application of the law that would be challenged. For example, if the DOF or the County Oversight Board did something that was against the law, we reserve the right to pursue a challenge to protect the successor agency.
That answers my questions. Thank you very, very much.
Yes, sir, Councilmember
I have a
Perlow.
question on this item. On page, if we can get an explanation on page 39, line number 52, the downtown lease guarantee payment to the Oxnard Theater Group, $1.8 million a year. How long is the expectation that that will be needed, and what are the requirements required for the city of Oxnard to have to make that payment?
thank you for the question, Councilmember Perlow. That obligation lasts until November of 2030. There's a column on that spreadsheet, column E, that details when all of these obligations are expire.
Thank you.
And what was the second part of your question?
The
I'm
second
sorry.
question, is there some sort of a mechanism that requires us to make the payment, such as the theater making a profit?
So there is a development agreement with the theater operator, and it's an old redevelopment agreement, obviously, and what they are required to do is stay in business throughout the length of the agreement, which lasts until 2030. So as long as their doors are open and they're selling tickets to see movies, then the lease guarantee payment from the redevelopment agency to them continues.
And Mr. Smith, I appreciate that. And the reason I'm asking this question, I know the answer, but the reason I'm asking, I've got 4 new members up here. And this is an agreement that was done in November of 2003, correct? Line D, column D?
That's correct.
And this is the downtown theater. And this is, they need to stay in operation. But correct me anywhere where I'm wrong. If a normal business were not making a profit, they could not stay in operation very long. But the guarantee and the agreement that was done by a council in 2003, over 20 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, is that this theater doesn't have to turn a profit because they're guaranteed the mortgage payment, basically. Is that correct?
No, that's correct, yes.
That's correct.
Any dollar amount that they can't fill towards their lease, the successor agency will guarantee that difference.
And unless I was a certain type of person, I could see it would be very easy for me to go, why should I work? Because I don't have to make any money. It's going to be paid for me anyway until 2030 when it's totally paid off. And then it's mine free and clear. And hypothetically, I could do whatever I want with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Perello. Any other comments on that item? Okay. We will move to, any comments on item I3?
I4, I think is next, right?
We were, yeah,
I'm sorry, you're right.
yeah.
I'm
it's,
sorry, you're right.
We're moving to
So,
I.
hold on, okay, I see it now. I
It's
skipped
okay.
ahead. I skipped ahead of myself.
No
So
problem.
on page 44, it appears that the return on investment of the city's portfolio, at least recently, has been lower than the local agency investment fund. I'm wondering if that's typically the case, and if it is, would it make more sense to have the LAIF handle the excess cash investment rather than us doing it if they're just giving us a better return?
Is this question being directed at, oh, she's coming up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council Member. Councilmember Starr, can you repeat that question specifically?
Sure. When I look at the chart at the bottom of page 44, it appears that the city's portfolio, its average return, at least since March of 2023, which is when this chart began, is less than that orange line for LAIF. And I'm just curious whether that has been the case before 2023, and if so, I'm trying to understand the reason for why we have our own investment portfolio if it's making a lower return than LAIF is, if that's really the case. Maybe there's some sort of risk element I'm not thinking about. I'm just trying to understand why we're giving up these returns.
The majority of the investment, I believe you're referring to,
Excuse me,
maybe
Mayor,
related
may I ask a
to.
question, just for the public to be aware? If the public is following along on our agenda, page 44, you're looking Mr. Starr at the very bottom chart.
Correct.
I think it's important to let the public know.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Pearl. Thank you for that.
So there are investments that we had purchased in the past that they're had longer term maturity, so we have to hold them until it's mature, then we can go ahead and resell those. So the majority of the interest rate, according to LAIF, has been increasing just because we're in higher interest environment. But there are security that we had purchased and had held before, and they have not matured.
So
we would have to
what's
hold them
happening,
to
I guess, are
maturity.
you saying that we bought investments when the yields were, let's say, lower. And
That's
now
right.
that we're in a higher interest rate environment, LAIF was able to take advantage of that, but
That's
we're
right.
not.
That's right. That's
Okay.
correct.
Do you have any thoughts about whether, would you change your investment method with that understanding, or would you, or do you think it makes sense to continue just doing what we're doing?
So for any of the investment that is become maturity, so there's 3 criteria that we have to consider. The number one is the safety, liquidity, and yield. So at that point in time, when we go back into the market, of course, we will take all of those factors to considerations and be as competitive, but at the same time, assure that there's safety in terms of the rating of the company and the rating of the instruments. So we have to take all of that into consideration.
Right. And I'm curious about how, I assume you must be doing some sort of forecast of your cash flow needs in order to make sure that the maturities are in line with when money will be actually needed for the city to spend. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate that. I just don't want us to have a situation where we wind up insolvent because we've had all this money set aside with a great return, but it's like, oh, we ran out of cash because it's tied up in something longer term.
Yeah, so we do have, because we want to invest as much of the cash as available, but at the same time, being able to meet the liquidity needs of the city's operations. So we do have to do daily cash analysis based on our operations. So for example, for the month of November, which is this investment report that's presented to you, there's 4% that we were actually held in cash and liquidity just because November we had a higher month of disbursement. We have 3 payroll cycle versus normal months you have 2 payroll cycles. And along with that, in November we also had quite a few disbursement related to big major capital projects like our arterial resurfacing, installing a water meter, OWT reliable improvement. So we do take all of those factors into considerations when we're doing forecasting to ensure that we have the right needs for our liquidity purposes.
Excellent. And who in the department today decides which securities we invest in? Is it a one person? Is it a team of people? Who does that?
So based on the resolutions that was adopted back in July, it would be the chief financial officers in working with financial consultants and all of the investment bankers. So he's not doing it solely.
I've asked also, we're working with IT to, if we can potentially put the chart up there on the city's average return on investment so the public can follow along to piggyback off of Councilmember Perelo's observations. Thank you, Diego, for putting that up there.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for number 3.
Councilmember Perello.
Is the city treasurer involved with investments? Because I know he sends a lot of information out that he's involved with investments. Are his fingerprints on this?
Ms. Vo?
I believe with the resolutions adopted back in July, it would be solely the chief financial officer working in conjunction with the financial consultant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Just real quickly before we move on, thank you, Diego, for displaying that. I recognize that there wasn't actually a presentation attached to this, so I don't think we are stepping on Measure M in any way, but if we are, I'm happy to have that conversation with whoever needs to. You can call the DA on me if you want. So, thank you again, Diego.
Thank you, Councilman Sir. Any further comments on?
Not on 3.
Okay.
Not on 4, I will.
There are no further comments on item I3. We'll move to item I4.
Yes. So I think there's something missing here because it mentions an update on the financial corrective action plan for closing past audit findings. I'm looking for an attachment here beyond a report. So I actually looked at the Finance and Governance Committee meeting and their minutes and their attachments, and they had that report. So I think this item actually needs to be pulled so that we can have the attachment on it, so that the public will have, knowledge of it and be able to consider that at the time when it comes before us. Because right now, all we have is this summary report, but we don't have the actual report itself.
That seems like an oversight. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
It's an info consent item, so on our info consent items, we don't normally attach it, but it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So Madam
I'm-
Clerk, we'll pull
I'm a
it
big-
item I4? Okay.
I'm a big believer that whatever goes before the committee should also come in front of the council as well. So it shouldn't be that we have to search for it. I mean, it was a recommendation that the council.
We're in agreement.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's it for 4.
Thank you, City Manager. We'll move to item I5.
Right.
Any questions on item?
Yes.
We'll go to the presentation.
Some requests and questions. So in the future, I would find it useful if items like this included actual historical amounts, so I can get an idea, I can make some comparisons of what the real spend is. So that's just a request for the future. I see that there are 2 bidders, but it appears that we made efforts to reach other known potential contractors. Can you give me a sense of how many were approached? And in the future, I would like to see the list of who we approached, because, I mean, I want to talk to some of these people and find out why they didn't bid in some cases. I think we need more bidders to get better pricing.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. To the first comment, I would direct your attention to the second paragraph of the background section that actually covers the previous information of how we spent money on a prior contract. So we actually added that paragraph after your previous comments from the last council meeting. So it's there in that staff report. To the item about the number of bidders. So we're not gonna be able to identify the number of bidders that go to a website, that go to the city's website, that go to a plan room. We're not gonna be able to identify all that. We certainly could, in future agendas, future staff reports, identify the number of potential bidders that we've sent it to. As you noted, when you read the staff report, it indicates that we may have sent it to some of the potential contractors. So we certainly can identify that in a parentheses that says we sent it to 6 contractors. We too would like lots of bidders. We can't force people to bid.
That's right.
And some people don't bid for very, very different reasons. Whether they're busy, whether they have the right staffing, whether they have the right certification, right licenses. So there's lots of reasons why folks don't bid. And so we can't make them bid. But we certainly can put the information about how many we directly approach in terms of the number of bidders.
And I do want to clarify something on my first comment. I did see paragraph 2 about, basically an agreement for not to exceed a certain amount. What I was asking for is, what do we actually spend? Maybe we spent the whole thing, and if that's the answer. But for future reports, I'd like to get a perspective of not how much was the not to exceed this last time versus this time, but what did we actually really spend when it was all said and done?
Right, so the last sentence of that paragraph, I'll read it out loud. The capacity of the contract has been met. So that should tell everybody that read that paragraph that the capacity has been met, so the 400,000. So again, we wrote that information in the staff report based on your previous requests.
Thank you. So I noticed that this is a rebid. So I assume that there must have been an original bid that was rejected. I was wondering if you can tell me why that bid was rejected, and how do you generally determine whether to reject a bid and start over?
The assumption that it was rejected is not a good assumption. Okay. We may not have gotten bidders the first time.
Got it.
We may have stopped the bid for a certain process. So the assumption that we rejected bids is not a good assumption. So to the effect that I cannot provide you a reason why we rebid this, I'd have to go back and find the reasons. But we have policies and processes to follow. So if we don't either follow those, if the bidders don't follow those processes, they don't fill out the right forms, they don't put the correct information down, we don't get any bidders, those would be typical reasons why we would rebid. So we would rebid a process. Let's say, for example, we bid this and we didn't get any bidders. Then we would go back out sometimes to rebid. In a different scenario where we would bid this kind of service contract or trade services contract, and we had to reject bids because potentially there was an error in somebody's bid or they didn't follow the right procedure, then we would rebid it. So those are some of the reasons why, but I don't have the specifics of why this one was rebid.
Okay. And next, whenever we have a previous contract, especially if it's with the same vendor, I would find helpful if that prior contract was part of the agenda packet with an explanation of what changed, especially if there's a change in costs. So that's something that I'd like to see in the future. Do you have any sense of how much, because we're talking about fixing fences here, minor repairs, do you have any sense of how much deferred maintenance that there is for city-owned fencing? What's just kind of like waiting in the pipeline? Is it significant? Is it just?
Well, again, we wrote that information in the background section. In 2 years, we went through $400,000, and we're back out to bid again. So I would say that we have a significant amount of deferred maintenance.
Okay.
The good news is that as we get these contracts in place and we get the budgets in place, we're able to address these deferred maintenance in a much more efficient fashion. So when we have these contracts in place, we don't have to go out individually and bid these contracts or go out individually and bid specific areas. These contracts allow us to be much more responsive in terms of timeline.
Okay. And now, is the need for these repairs simply a function of, is it just normal wear and tear, or is this predominantly due to vandalism, or is it something else? What is that's driving this?
Yeah, I would say it's actually, it's all of the above. If there was a secret item D there in your list, all of the above. So we do get quite a bit of vandalism, unfortunately, people cutting into fences. Some of it's just due to the fact that, I'll give you an example, a wrought iron fence, has a certain useful life. And so it's met its useful life over time, and so it needs to get repaired. Sometimes, one example would be we had a traffic collision that ran into a fence, and so that needs to get repaired. So it could be quite a few things that would result in needing a fence repair.
Okay. And I assume we have miles and miles of city fencing. I don't know what we have.
Yeah, I'm not sure about miles and miles, but it's a lot of it, yeah.
All right. And I don't know what percentage requires maintenance in any given year, but it's more of a curiosity than anything else. Now, on page 78, I see that the hourly rates being charged by Black Point Group range from $117 to $234 per hour. And I want to say, first of all, I do like that the rate for scheduled minor repair work and for non-scheduled urgent minor repair work are the same for work performed during normal business hours. So I think that's good that you were able to do that. I didn't see the rate sheet from Fence Factory, the competing bidder. So given the competing bid from Fence Factories, they're about like 3.7 times the rates proposed by the incumbent. I'm guessing that their rates must have been somewhere in the neighborhood of like 400 plus to 800 plus an hour. Is that what's going on?
So the way that would be provided is that if you go back to page 64, the summation of those bid items was 2,385.
I saw that part.
Yeah, so that would be the math behind that. We don't include the non lowest bidder because there's no reason to include information in terms of the breakdown because they're not the awarding party.
So we did do that in the case of, it was the bid where it was with Agrimin and several others. We did actually include the bids that were excluded. So, and I really liked that. So I would request that we have that in the future. I'm trying to understand, I don't know if you have a sense of what type of profit margin that Black Point will likely earn from this. I mean, do you know what the hourly prevailing rate is for the labor it will be using? Because we have prevailing rates on this.
I do not, but they do have to pay prevailing wage. So this is, again, is a private business. We don't get to dictate to them what the maximum they pay, but they get to pay, they have to pay a prevailing wage.
I get it, but what I'm asking is, it's a different question. So if they're charging $117 per hour, it's it's interesting to me, for example, if their costs are only $30 an hour. I'm thinking, well, that's a lot of margin. Maybe there's more we can do to get competitive bidders. But if you're telling me that the prevailing wage rate is $80 an hour, then there's not a whole lot of margin there. And I'm going to say, well, I think we're doing okay. So I don't have a feel for that. And maybe that's something that we can talk about offline if you prefer.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we would love to get lots of bidders. If you have ideas of how to get more bidders, we are open to that. I'm all ears. But we can't force people to bid.
That's right. So what? And I'm not actually. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. All right, I've got 4 more questions. So on page 80, I see that the contractor can charge up to 15% markup on parts and materials. And I'm wondering, how does the project manager know that the cost paid is reasonable? So that way, whatever that 15% is applied upon is reasonable.
What page are you on?
80.
Page 80.
Okay.
So let me see if I have the question correctly. So let's say that they are installing block fence, and your question is, how do we justify the cost of the block?
So what I'm wondering is, maybe it's not on 80, but basically somewhere in the contract, there it is. Only new materials that are to be used on the project's markups on parts and materials may not exceed 15% of contractor's costs. So I'm sure that we must be getting evidence of how much they're actually paying.
Correct.
But I'm wondering, does anybody look at this and say, gosh, this is way out of line for what you're paying for this, upon which we're paying a 15% margin? I mean, it's to their benefit to have an overinflated cost so that they can earn 15% on a bigger number than lower numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it would be to their benefit, but obviously there's fraud clauses all over the place. So it's not to their benefit to be fraudulent and be potential open for claims and lawsuits. But I think your question is, yes, we do get backup material, so they'll give us an invoice from Home Depot that says they bought block from Home Depot for $10 a block, and we look at that and say, yep, apply your 15% to that.
Okay, so last 3 questions. Is there one project manager for this contract, or does it vary based on the departments, like if it's utilities or special districts or?
So the way we run this project is because all different divisions in Public Works can actually use it, we allow different divisions to do it. But we do have one project manager, it's Anthony Miller, which I think he's standing over there to the right. And so Anthony's actually the one that put together this project, bid it out. He'll be we use project manager in this term very loosely, but he certainly is the point person when it comes to making sure this project is used correctly, not over encumbered, things like that.
Okay, and so on a task order, when, let's say the work was not done in a workmanlike manner, and is it ever the case that the project manager doesn't sign off on these task orders because the workmanship didn't meet our standards?
So there are instances where we have either our project manager or our inspector that go out there and we say that we're not accepting this work. So yes, there are certain instances where that would occur in lots of our projects.
Okay, and when that does occur, let's say that they spent 10 hours on it, we come back to them and we say, this isn't acceptable, they do 3 more hours work, my assumption is that we don't have to pay for the extra 3 hours.
So these will be task order driven. This one specifically, this contract is a task order driven contract, and so we are limiting the payment to the hours that are placed in the task order, unless we, as an agent of the city, go out and say, yes, we're allowing you to add 3 more hours because there was an unforeseen irrigation line in your way. So that'll be done through that process by our field staff member that's inspecting it.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Perillo, for giving me a quick second here. Just looking at the time and seeing that we're in info consent agenda item number 5, I doubt we'll finish the rest of the meeting before 10, and so I just wanted to bring that to attention and move that we take a vote to go past 10 o'clock for this council meeting.
I'll second that.
Well, I actually wanted to see if we could move to adjourn the council meeting at 10 p.m. and reconvene to continue discussion on the remaining agenda items for the Tuesday, January 21st meeting.
I would not support that.
Is there anything that's time critical that needs to be decided between?
The rest of the agenda.
I mean, on the rest of the agenda, I mean, some things can be deferred, some can't.
So there are quite a few public works items that have deadlines in terms of when bids expire. We have contracts that are expiring as well, so I can go back and look through these, but most of them are on this council agenda because of those reasons.
Well, we have a motion on the floor.
Well, there is a motion on the floor, but I'd like for you all to consider maybe giving a time frame for extending the meeting by an hour or however much time you all may desire.
Whatever it takes, because bottom line, we have some committee things, and there are meetings coming up with these committees with identified members that may not be identified members in those meetings coming up. So the city will be naked at those meetings.
Okay, I do hear Councilmember Perrella and Mayor Pro Tem Taran. There's a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote count?
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Yes. But I appreciate you trying to get us out of here.
Thank you.
I do appreciate it.
Thank you, I'm trying.
I'm done with
considerate.
5. I can.
Oh, I wanted to make a remark on number 5. I just want to thank you for taking the time, Michael Wolf, for taking my call and asking. I'm also learning, and I appreciate the efforts to get us all on the same page and transparency. So some of my questions were answered, and I really do appreciate you breaking it down for me in layman's terms.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Perrella, absolutely.
Your microphone.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rodriguez. Councilmember Starr, you asked this question specifically about, the extent of the deferred maintenance and stuff. And I recall one of the first times that I was ever involved with you was at the Oxnard sewer plant when you were on a thing. And I think I can be fair to say you were flabbergasted how about the deferred maintenance was at that plant. You can extrapolate into what we had. The sewer plant was much more important than the fences. So that answers that. With respect to the change in cost from a previous contract to now, maybe the developer or the individual, some of that stuff is, say, for lack of a better example, Haas. Maybe it's proprietary information. The second is Public Works Director Wolf, please help me out on this. When we go out for bids, we go to Vita newspaper and we go to Public Works Director, what are the other lists that we go to? Tremendous amounts of lists, and I did appreciate, because I learned something, we have no way of checking who checks our list. What I'm asking is, the list that we go out with Vita newspaper, which Spanish language newspaper, we could put it in a lot of other newspapers, but there are other organizations, and there are other lists that are what they're called pre-qualified bidders. Can we give the whole scenario for the entire council? What are the groups that get a chance to bid on projects? I don't need their names, just the groups.
Depending on the type of project, so this one is a trade services contract, so it'll go on the city's website. It'll go on the purchasing, it's written here in the staff report. You can find the exact title of it. The online platform, so it'll go on the online platforms such as FW Dodge or things like that. It'll go on the city's website. And then the notices were sent directly to potential bidders.
And contractors have organizations too, that when they get this, they spread it around.
Right, so some of those are called plan rooms, but this is not a public project. This is a trade services agreement or a on-call services agreement. So not necessarily a bid project.
Okay, thank you.
This one is a public project, but it didn't go to plan rooms because there's no plans for it. It would not, but there's no plan room. Yeah.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrella.
So the one thing I wanted to add, because Councilmember Starr, you had asked the question about prevailing wage, and Assistant City Attorney looked it up while she was over there. So the prevailing wage for the trades associated with this is $68 to $109, depending on single time, double time, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so 68 versus 117 is.
68 to $109, so some of their hourly rate's $109.
Right, so, all right, so I'm just saying that for the $117 an hour they're charging, their cost could be as low as 68, could be as high as 100 and something?
Well, it could be as high as 109, but again, that's, I think, double time, so it would be their overtime rate.
All right, but fair to say 117 is what the revenue is, 68 at least is what their cost is.
Well, they still have overhead, they still have computers.
I'm looking just gross.
Yeah, but that's not how they run.
I get.
That's not how they run a business.
I get there's lots of.
There's lots of things.
I understand that.
Yeah, but to throw out the math that you threw out, I think is not correct.
I'm not saying that's how much they're making bottom line.
Correct.
I'm just simply saying that that's their margin they're starting to work with first before other costs come in. Well,
that's not a margin.
No,
not their margin.
That's not a margin.
But unfortunately, we can't condense some of these responses,
but I think it's important to explain that it's not a margin. That is we're gonna pay this much, but that doesn't include insurance, pension. It's an overall cost that they're charging, so.
But it's also the winning bid.
That's
Are
right,
you- Are
it's
you
the bid.
suggesting that we determine their profit margin? I'm unclear on this.
I'm trying to understand as best I can what type of margins they're making to the extent we can divine that to see, all right, are there other players out there in this marketplace that would be really willing to go after this? I don't know.
But that's what the bidding process is for.
I get it. I just don't know how effective we are with our bidding process.
Okay, so your question is, are we effective at our bidding?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me recognize
It's a fair
Councilmember.
question.
Hold on, Councilmember Starr. Let me recognize Councilmember Perillo. Yes, Councilmember.
I'm not challenging Mr. Starr, but bottom line, the price that the winning bid gets, it's none of our business. And if you want to go and you want to see if we can get somebody that worked less, we'll get in a lot of hot water. And I can give you an example, except we're not going to use names. We've had contractors come back and try to get us to open up the bids after they're closed. This city doesn't operate that way. And if you want to charge $117 on something that only makes $68, but you won the bid, you're entitled to get that job. And if I take it away from you, I'm guaranteed you're going to sue my ass. That's the bottom line.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman Basua.
And you know what, I think this is a really good conversation, and Mr. Starr, has questions, but I think it's really important. I believe I understand what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, hey, am I getting the best, for what we're paying? Exactly. The problem with that is that we are a public agency, which we can't go out and call this vendor, hey, give me a price, or this vendor. That's why we have to go out, advertise it. We cannot go and solicitate. Right. So it's public bidding. So even though I understand what Mr. Starr is saying, we cannot do that in government.
Sure, but we do go out and we talk to people out there that we know are able to bid on this. I don't know if we do that very extensively, if it's just something like a passing thought. I'm interested, look, bottom line is, I'm interested in getting the best value we can for our money.
Right, so there are.
That's my aim here.
Right, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a lot of work that goes into it. There is a job walk. There is, whoever has a question they send the question to everybody that's on that bid list. It is very, very transparent. But unfortunately, the way we operate, if I want to paint my house, I want to go and get the best. I'm going to be calling people, can you give me a quote for this? Can you give me a quote for this? Who's going to charge me less? We can't do that in this scenario. And I understand what he's trying to say, but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilwoman Basua, as well for that. And Mr. Wolf or Ms. McCarron can correct me on this, but I believe some of these procedures we take in the public bidding process are written into government code and how how this has to be done in a very specific way in order to ensure that it's done objectively and in a way that is fair to all potential bidders and actual bidders and then the awarded bidder. So that if we're contested, we can back that up. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, contacting potential bidders, we're very limited to what we can do and can't do in contacting potential bidders.
Thank you for that.
And it's not just about fairness, it also prevents corruption.
Yes.
Which is,
Yes,
which
thank
is
you.
why
That
it's
was-
evolved over the decades.
Thank you. And there are a number of city staff here who are well versed in government code as it pertains to our financial operations, and I'm sure they can edify any of us on that. So I will defer to them on that as well. So thank you.
Thank you for the robust discussion. If there are no further questions on that item, we'll move to item I6.
Right.
It's another Public Works
So this-
matter.
Yeah, this is
for
regarding
buying
the backhoe.
a backhoe. Councilmember Starr, any questions?
So, yeah, this is regarding the purchase order with Quinn for a backhoe loader for street maintenance. So, and by the way, conceptually, I really like how we're using a cooperative to take advantage of group pricing and get a 22% discount over, I guess, whatever the MSRP must be. I'm wondering, have we done this before, and how might we use this approach in the future?
Sorry, have we used co-op agreements before? Is that your question?
Yeah, have we
Yes.
used- Okay,
Yeah, so we, yes, the answer to that is we have lots of them, actually.
great.
Yeah.
Awesome. And do we have other backhoes, or is this the only backhoe? I mean, the backhoe we have that's existing, the John Deere one, is that our only backhoe, or do we have a bunch of backhoes?
It's not our only one in the Public Works Department. As you can imagine, we have lots of them.
Okay.
But this is, let me ask Philip. Philip, this is your only one for streets? Only one for streets division, but we have, the water division, wastewater division, parks, so there's a few other backhoes.
So each one has to use their own?
Well, they're very, very busy. So if you want to add weeks and weeks and weeks to service requests, we can do that. We can wait for those backhoes to be available, or we can do them in a very timely fashion by having all of these other backhoes
All
in
right,
place.
so you already answered my next question, which is, do we really need an additional one? My next question is that if the existing John Deere backhoe will no longer be allowed to operate starting next year due to regulations by the California Air Resources Board, can we recover some of that value by selling it to somebody outside the state? What is the plan to get as much money as we can for
Yeah,
this?
so there's a surplus process that happens. So we surplus our vehicles. Vehicles that may not meet the California air emissions requirements can be sold out of state. We have a vendor. It actually goes through the purchasing division. We surplus it on the fleet side. They take it to auction, and the auctioneer can auction it off, and they get the highest price based on the bids at the auction.
Do we ever buy at auctions?
We do not buy at auctions. I will say we can have a very long discussion about used vehicles and the cost of used vehicles versus new vehicles, not only from a maintenance standpoint, but a downtime standpoint and a fuel economy standpoint. I would say that you're not getting your bang for your buck on those used vehicles.
Okay. And so I'm curious, why did you select the Cat 420 XE backhoe loader? Were there others that you considered? What was it that made this one rise to the top in your mind?
So this is a replacement for an existing backhoe. So the Cat was the choice of our of our streets manager for the different types of services that are needed. This is a backhoe that will be used as described in the staff report for demolition, excavation, concrete, and asphalt, and landscape removals. So this has the ability to do all those things. As you may or might not know, there are there's some industry leaders in these types of equipments, and you can imagine the two that we were mentioning tonight are usually the leaders in this, Caterpillar and John Deere. I would say that the Caterpillar is much more industrial in terms of their usage. John Deere, typically, these size pieces of equipment are more geared towards landscape kind of working, and the cats are more geared to the heavy construction. So it really fits the type of work that the streets crew does. And it's a very well-known industry standard, and they also have a local presence, and so local service means faster warranty, faster repairs, and so that was why this rose to the top.
And sometimes, I guess maybe I'm just using an analogy here. Sometimes you can save a lot of money on a car if you buy one that's slightly used, and I'm just wondering, this is a 2024 brand new hoe. Would we save a lot of money if we got a 2023 or 2022? I don't know if it's like cars, but do we ever look at that option, or do we always buy new?
We typically always buy new. Again, we can provide lots of information about downtime, warranties, things like that, but we typically purchase new equipment. Now, as you noticed, we used that last one for 20-some years.
Yeah, that was
so
great.
we don't buy new every year.
I was really happy to see that.
Right, and so the idea of buying a used one, in my mind, we like to use our vehicles to the very, very, very end. So we're not going to get, again, my opinion, the best bang for our buck with a used vehicle.
I'm the same way. I have a 2004 Honda Accord, and I'm going to have to replace it real soon because it's not going to go much further. That's all my questions for number 6.
I just want to make a comment, Mr. Wolf. I like that you used Sourcewell for the efficiency of procuring the item and a cooperative. So I was glad to see that. Councilman Perrella, did you have a comment before we get Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Mr. Starr, I'd like to share with you, was involved in agriculture, and we looked at used equipment, but it was a private business. And so we also was fortunate to have a dad that could take care of it. Here, you're looking for something new to get the best bang for the public. But I think and it's not a shot. It's not a shot. I think the best question is, Mr. Wolf, we only allow people that are trained to operate these things, people that are qualified, people that are tested, and people that are held accountable for the operations on these extremely expensive pieces of equipment. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And just regarding one question, which I think is a fair one, is did we look at, we looked at this particular model, did we look at other optional or other models that may have different functions or options on them? And, my initial reaction is that we have our streets manager here who oversees the team and does the work day in and day out, and they know what they need to get the job done and get it done correctly. And, I think about if I were a professional roofer, I could certainly go to the Dollar Tree and buy a hammer. They sell hammers there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right tool for the job. You use the right tool for the right job. And if our professional staff has identified and vetted a number of equipment options and sees what's going to fulfill the mission of the being soon-to-be retired backhoe, this is the one that they have chosen. I have to put faith in our staff that they have vetted this, and knowing that this is their job that they do, their livelihood, this is what they're bringing forward, and this is what the reasons that it's been brought forward. And so I appreciate the question because it's important for the public to hear that this isn't just throwing a dart at a catalog and choosing wherever it lands, and it's not choosing the most beautiful piece of equipment with air conditioning and a cool stereo and things like this. Is actually going to serve the function that it needs to serve for our streets division. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Perrella.
It needs to be asked since the Mayor Pro Tem brought it up. Is this piece of equipment going to have air conditioning?
Yes.
Yes, and it will, because ladies and gentlemen, all council members, men and women, that's how they come. That's how they come.
Well,
and if you want it stripped down, you can get it stripped down.
What about the stereo?
Now, the stereo, I don't
stereo.
know, but it may have a radio, but they come that way.
So-
And I know that from working on a ranch and having a dad that would never buy something like that because we operated totally different.
So
But you expect to take care of the employees that are working that piece of equipment.
Yeah.
And so the comments, we don't have tuck and roll, we're not getting a fancy paint job, but we're getting one that meets our needs, and we're holding the people that use it accountable. And we take care of it. We don't loan it out, we don't give a special deal to somebody that sells it to us, and we don't give them free trips to Taiwan.
So two things to that, because we talked about this at the committee. To me, there's no different between a staff member that works in an office and a staff member that works in a backhoe. We provide an air conditioner in the office, we provide a heater in the office, we should provide the air conditioner in the backhoe, we should provide the heater in the backhoe. There's no difference between those two employees. Also, I would say that if you're gonna order a piece of equipment specialized, if you're gonna take out the air conditioning, it's actually gonna cost you more money. So this is actually saving money and providing the same environmental controls that you would have a person who works in the office. This is this person's office. They just happen to work outside in a piece of equipment, but it's their office. So that's why it comes with that equipment.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yes,
Mayor,
Councilmember.
I know this is taking a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have kids and maybe you want to get them in a job, that's why they pay a difference from an operating engineer using equipment and a guy using a shovel. Hopefully they move up from using a shovel so they can get a job. And it all comes down to one pays more than the other. But there's a skill set involved with moving up the ranks, just like the skill set involved in watching our city public works director answer the questions fantastically. He's not dodging anything, and he's answering them fantastically. An asset and a compliment to our staff for having these people working for us.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Perlon. That was very nice. If there are any other comments or remarks on that item, okay, we'll move on to item I-7, is the annual purchases orders with Performance Nursery. Are there any questions from any council member on that item?
I think I'll skip that one because some of the questions I've asked before, I think, are addressing that. So I'm happy to go to number 8 unless someone else wants to ask something about 7.
Are we all good with that item? Okay. We'll move on to item I-8, and it's the agreement with Downstream Services for stormwater filter replacement and maintenance services. Any questions from, yes, Councilmember Starr?
Thank you. So I noticed that the previous agreement with this vendor was a not to exceed amount of $1.5 million over 3 years, so that's roughly $500,000 a year. While the current agreement with this same vendor is a not to exceed amount of $1,250,000 for 1 year. So I'm wondering, how did we arrive at the higher number?
We'll have our project manager, Anthony Miller, come up and talk about these kinds of services are done on a more routine basis, and so he can kind of describe that a little bit.
Sure. I'm not that far. Good evening, council, and thank you for the question. So I will say is that the primary driver of the difference in the not to exceed amounts here actually has to do with the time frame in which they're bid. The previous contract was bid out actually prior to my time with the city, and it is actually from my understanding, my analysis of the actual bid process for this contract, that there was not actually an adequate NTE calculated for the previous contract. We weren't able to complete all the work that we wanted to complete under that agreement. This agreement, not to exceed, is calculated out to include enough room for the top end of our estimated expenses. We don't expect that we will actually need to use every last cent of that not to exceed. However, it is just in case. And again, a not to exceed is obviously not a guarantee of full expenses. It is over the course of 1 year, and the purpose for making this a 1 year agreement was to provide us with the ability to evaluate the services throughout this course of this year and potentially make some changes with a new solicitation after the course of 12 months.
Okay, thank you. So and we're talking about the stormwater filter replacement services here. So it appears that the agreement only covers stormwater filter replacement and inspection and maintenance services in the community facility districts like River Park and Westport and Seabridge. Do we anticipate having a similar agreement that will address services provided to the rest of the city? Do they not have the same sort of filters? Is it a different mechanism? How?
So
do we pay the power bill here?
Yeah. Since Anthony doesn't oversee the storm drain folks, I'll answer that question. So in our other parts of the city, they don't have these similar filters. So some places we have cartridges, Some places we have these filters, some places we have trash capture devices, some places we just have storm drain inlets. It all depends on what was the water quality requirements at the time of development. So you can imagine 60, 70 years ago, the water quality requirements were not the same as they were this year. And so a lot of places don't have these same requirements that were dictated to the newer developments.
Okay. And on page 152, I'm trying to, on provision 9.1, price adjustments, where it says, unless otherwise stated, prices are a maximum for the term of the contract. Price adjustments, if allowed under this contract, must be requested, and it's got a process. But I guess my question is, bottom line is, are price adjustments actually allowed by this agreement, or is that just kind of like language here that says in case we do allow them, this is how it would happen?
The answer to that, this will be boilerplate language in our contracts. This is a one-year agreement, so there'll be no price
So
adjustments.
there's no price adjustments. Okay, great. That answers my questions for number 8.
Thank you. Any other questions for item I-8? Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment on this. As we get along and as the more involved the council members become, you'll find that because of an action by council in the past, I was on that council, to force the shutting down of the Mandalay power plant and the water not circulating through the harbor, it has become much more important what we're putting into the harbor, because now, because the county and various parties did not follow the rules, and now we're having a problem with what the water quality is in the harbor. That's why this is extremely important. They did a heck of a presentation at the Public Works Committee, meeting which I chair. I appreciate it. I appreciate the questions back and forth, but I think the council needs to know that, because not everybody is aware of that. I had the opportunity to show Councilmember Perez one of the things with why there's an error, and I was very impressed with how quickly she picked it up and saw how expensive this is going to be.
Thank you for sharing that, Councilmember Perlow. If there are no further comments on item I-8, we'll move to item I-9. That's the trade services agreement with Commodity Trucking. Any questions from any council member on that item? Councilmember Starr?
Yeah, thank you. So in this sort of thing, I would always find it helpful to see the previous agreement. When I look at the schedule of compensation on 597 to 598, I just don't know how that compares to the previous agreement. So in the future, I really like seeing how things used to be done.
So that's on the bottom of page 578. So the prior current purchase order was
So the Exhibit B is what I'm looking at on page 597, 598. Are you saying that there's an equivalent Exhibit B from the previous contract? Yeah, the narrative I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the exhibit.
You're talking about the bid sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. There's not one.
Okay. And I see that the previous agreement with the same vendor for backfill and resurfacing material sales, delivery, and haul away was not to exceed $270,000 over 3 years, or about $90,000 per year. The current agreement is not to exceed $1 million over 5 years, or roughly $200,000 per year. How do we get from $90,000 a year to $200,000 per year?
So let me try to explain these services. These aren't regular services. These are emergency response services.
Right.
So to make it a comparison to prior years, I would say is not the right way of looking at this, because we don't control these. It's not like we're going out and buying things that we control. This is when we have water line breaks or service leaks. So these are all really dictated by those kinds of emergency repairs where we go out and we have to dig a hole in the ground and we have to pull out material, and we need that material hauled away, and then we need new material brought to us. So to say, well, you used $10 last year, why do you need $20? We're estimating what we're going to need this year, and we don't want a contract. We don't want to underestimate the contract because we need these services in the emergency fashion, so we don't want to have to wait to procure them while everybody's standing out there looking at the hole in the ground, waiting for this material to come. So we are estimating what we think we're going to need These are not to exceed dollar amounts. This is not a guaranteed dollar amount. This is a pretty standard process where we estimate what we think we're going to need. And when those services are needed, they're there. And when those services aren't needed, we don't ask for them.
So if you could have gone back in time to the previous agreement, would you have sought one that was for $200,000 a year instead of $90,000 a year?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, I mean, right now, we are doing a not to exceed that amounts to $90,000 a year in the past. We're going to do it now for not to exceed $200,000 per year, based on, I guess, just in case, I guess. I'm just wondering, would you, if you could have gone back in time, would you have used the same limit that you were proposing today the previous time? I'm just trying to figure out where do these numbers come from? How was it that it was okay for $270,000 over 3 years before, but now it's not okay for this next 3 years or the next 5 years? I'm just trying to understand, where does that come from?
So, like most things increase in cost.
Yeah, it's a big
So we
increase.
have to account for those things. Again, I don't want our folks standing over a hole that we've opened up, waiting to do a new contract because we underestimated the value. These are estimates. These aren't guaranteed prices. And so,
Let me ask a different way then. Was $90,000 per year sufficient for your needs in the last agreement? Or did you find out that you were hitting the cap, we had to not do some work because of it?
so we have another vendor
Okay.
that we used in prior years as well. So we had Toro under an on-call contract that also had subcontractors that brought material. So we had another source
Okay.
of this type of work.
Okay.
So this is not the only services that we had.
Okay, so we're reducing the number of vendors we're using, and that's part of the reason what, no?
No, we're not reducing the number of vendors. We still have Toro as an on-call contract. But we don't anticipate, we can't anticipate the number of services that we're going to need them for.
All right, well, I think we're just going back and forth on this one. So my next question is, I noticed that this bid was left open for just 2 weeks, whereas a lot of bids, they're open for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And I'm wondering, what happened there that we had it only open for 2 weeks? Yes. Or did I get that wrong?
So the minimum requirement is 2 weeks. So
Right.
this one, they went with the minimum requirement. I don't have any specific why they did that.
Okay. Okay.
So we met the requirement as required by the procurement process.
Okay. Would we get more bids if we gave people more time, or is it just like it's a fool's errand?
I don't have a crystal ball, Mr. Starr. I don't know if we get more bids if we had more time. I wish I would know that.
Okay, well, all right. All right. Most all the answers I had from you this evening, I'm very satisfied with. I'm not there yet with this, but that's okay. We'll move on. So I'm done with number 9.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll move to Councilmember Farrell.
Thank you, and I appreciate the questions that are here. And Mr. Starr, you had mentioned that, Councilmember Starr, that you felt that you were going back and forth. I want to ensure that the questions you have, are you not satisfied with the answer? Can we maybe see what it is that can get you to a place where you are clear on what the Public Works Director's response is?
I think at this point, maybe it'd just be best for me to take it offline and see if maybe that explanation will work better rather than consuming all of your time.
Okay, and I'll just say that in the past, we've had questions around a blanket purchase order for materials and supplies and things that are purchased from Amazon. And then there's a request to up that not to exceed amount when we get close to or hit that each year. And I would imagine this is a scaled up version of that, but the feeling was for some reason that the not to exceed should be this, whether it be the increase in cost, labor, whatever the case is, to ensure that we're not stuck between a rock and a hard place. If, as the example was given, in a public works project, or on-call project, there's a hole in the ground and we have hit our cap and we cannot go past that. So that's just kind of where my mind goes with that. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to feel that your question that you felt was not being answered is answered, even if it's asked a different way.
I guess I'm just struggling with how we came up with a particular number. Why wasn't it $2 million over 5 years? Why was $1 million okay? I don't know. So I'm just, when I look at this and I just compare to the past, and maybe there's other reasons because a different selection of vendors are providing different services, that's helpful to know that. I didn't know that at the beginning of this conversation. But I'm a frugal guy. I want to get as much bang for the buck as I can get for myself personally and for the city as a whole. And that's why I ask these questions in general. It's not to challenge anybody's character or, or it's not to downplay, anybody's work here. I'm just trying to better understand how this works and what maybe, we're a policymaking body here. And I'm hoping that there may be opportunities where we're going to say, you know what, maybe a different approach would be a better value for our money. But
Yeah.
that's
Brandon
where
just
I'm
made a
coming
comment. I'll tell you, as a city staffer, being on that end, I certainly know the amount of work that goes into all of this, so I certainly appreciate that. But I think this is good. I think I'm really happy to be here and with this body, having with Councilmember Basua and Councilmember Perello, Mayor Pro Tem Teran, and the robust questions being asked here. I think it's good. There's new council members here, but also we've got the benefit of having a lot of wisdom with a lot of the folks that have seniority, like the three that I mentioned here. So I think this is very helpful to a lot of us here. So I appreciate the patience also by Councilmember Basua, Mayor Pro Tem, and certainly by Councilmember Peralta. So thank you for that discussion.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
I want to say just, in my 9 to 5, I wear their hat, and then, I come up here and I do the policy thing. And I just want to commend staff. It's 10:24, we're barely going by consent. At least in my time here, this is not something that happens. But I would, in order to make sure that Mr. Starr gets all the information and gets all the time that he deserves in order to have these questions, I would really encourage him to make an appointment with the city manager, and the city manager can decide, who he wants to refer him to in order to make sure that you're satisfied with these answers. And a lot of time in government, you say about being frugal, saving money, you're going to be disappointed, Mr. Starr. It's government.
I guess I'm just going to be disappointed then. But I'm still going to ask.
No, definitely ask the questions, but please be mindful and understand that staff. This here, just for me, reiterates the confidence that I have in all of you to work for the city, and I really, really appreciate that. And I want to make sure staff understands that I really appreciate all the work and all the knowledge. And not only was I confident back then, but now I am extremely confident. I'm extremely happy with the team that has been built here.
So I hope I'm not coming across as if I'm somehow critical of you. I'm just trying to better understand how things work and what we can do to make things better.
Yes, Councilmember Peralta.
Yes, I hope that this example might help Mr. Starr. I don't remember the date, but I remember the company, Sam Hill and Sons. We had a hole in the ground, and we had a contract, and we'd use a lot of expense. And Mr. Starr, this is an example of why we're getting better, which is and saving money is a good thing, but we're getting better. We were coming up to the end of how much money we had in that contract. And so as almost an emergency situation, it wasn't an emergency council meeting, but we needed to extend the contract by so much money. And so we learned from those things that maybe we would have made the contract for a little more money or a lot more money, but whatever it would have taken to prevent the situation that happened. Because that particular emergency situation, I think it was a sewer line. It was a big, big deal. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But just a short, maybe 2 sentences explaining how maybe we learned from that to get to this place. It's not to benefit one trucking company. It's not to drive any council member crazy.
Yeah, I don't remember the specific example, but I can think of lots of examples in my 20-plus career about not having capacity in a contract and really wishing that we just would have went that extra step in getting capacity in a contract. And I think maybe we're not doing a good service to Councilmember Starr. I want to point out that the contract capacity has nothing to do with the price we pay per unit, right? The price we pay per unit, I think, is your question. Are we getting the best bang for our buck price per unit? The fact that we have a $200,000 capacity contract doesn't change the price per unit, right? Me, as your Public Works Director, I'm going to recommend that we have a decent capacity in that contract so we're not waiting and we're not creating a situation where we're making the ratepayers, these are water ratepayers, pay more money waiting for a new contract capacity because we narrowed it down because we thought it was a little too much. I don't want to be in that situation. The fact that we are paying $16 a cubic yard or $17 a cubic yard, that's a great discussion. The fact that we have $200,000 of capacity, I feel like we're a little bit off the topic of what we should be discussing.
Okay, thank you. If we're all satisfied with that item, we'll move on to item I-10. It's public project agreement with James Brothers Construction. Any questions on item I-10? Councilmember Starr?
I had some, but a lot of this was addressed in some of my previous questions, so I don't think I need to ask any questions on number 10 now.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And let's see who's here. We have Mr. Wolf and Mr. Kessler. So, and I see Mr. Howlett in the back. That's who I was looking for. When we look at Wilson Park here, I'm wondering if we could just give a real quick, very brief summary on this item. I see that it is, I see it's an item that's coming back as a rebid, but just the ultimate scope of what we're looking at here at Wilson Park, because this dates back a ways, I believe.
So this is park playground replacement. So really, the playground itself, the replacement of the playground. This also has playground material. So the fall area has a little bit of ADA improvements, but not a lot in terms of around the park playground. So really is the park playground replacement. And Morgan, am I missing anything else? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Morgan Kessler, city engineer. Yeah, this project is strictly, or this contract would be strictly playground replacement and the things ancillary to that, like Director Wolf mentioned, resilient fall zone material, wood chips, and things like that.
Thank you. And the last question, do we happen to know the age of the existing playground?
I just looked at Steve. He shook his head. No, we do not know what that is. Old.
Same age as the last mayor.
So I would say that this is one of the higher priorities, Steve. Is that fair to say? So Steve's team, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago when Steve came on board, Steve's a certified inspector, playground inspector. He won't admit it, but so his team went out and looked at all the playgrounds in Oxnard, and they prioritized them based on the needs. And this is one of the ones that was top of the list in terms of needing to be replaced. And so the age, well, I will say the age has something to do with it, but the safety component of it is as important as the age. So,
thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I'll just say that the work here at Wilson Park, I recall being on the Parks and Rec Commission, and we helped with the then Parks manager to help coordinate a workshop with folks at the Wilson Center to provide public input on the playground. And so that's how I knew it dated back quite a ways, but I'm happy to see it coming forward. And I don't know the age of the playground, but it is certainly within a cohort of some of the oldest playgrounds we have within the city. And I appreciate this yet another instance of another playground coming to us for approval to move forward on the next step. So thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions on that item, we'll move to item I-11. It's the annual purchase orders with Iteris Inc. for traffic signal equipment for intelligent transportation systems as part of the traffic signal improvement project. Any questions on that item? Okay. Wonderful. I think we're done with the consent items.
By the way, I remember when Bert Perella first got elected, and I know you asked a hell of a lot of questions at the time, and I really appreciated that. So I feel like I'm kind of like reliving through you.
Mayor, we have a couple of speakers on the information and consent that came in after.
We do, okay.
Should we move on to the virtual speaker?
Yes.
Okay, or caller, sorry. Okay, caller with phone number ending in 6377, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
This is Manuel Herrera calling, Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I wasn't going to call in on this item, but oh my God. Am I the only one that is extremely frustrated with Aaron Starr? My God. Now, first of all, I want to remind all of you that you were all elected to hold council meetings regardless of how long they last and regardless of how inconvenienced you are. So if these last till 3 in the morning, then you need to stay there till 3 in the morning. That's why you were elected. And just to think, Aaron Starr wants to eliminate committee meetings, which will extend council meetings even longer. This is the perfect example of why we need to keep committee meetings. You know, I do have one suggestion. One way to shorten the meetings is to put a muzzle on Aaron Starr. I mean, seriously, some of his questions are so ridiculous. Some of the questions were already answered in the report. He just happened to miss them, you know. So, Mr. Starr, you are very, very long-winded. And, you know, why can't you ask your questions before the meetings? You get the agenda package with plenty of times to set up an appointment, meet with the proper departments, get your questions answered, and it's as simple as that. So to sit there and basically challenge our staff on everything they do is insulting. It really is. But you have no clue. You yourself even said, hey, look, I'm not trying to be insulting. Well, you are, but you have no clue. You have no clue what you're doing, the way you're coming off. Like, come on, man, get with the program and start applying your time management skills. You know, to say that we should have used cars instead of new cars, for that matter, why don't we just get used cars for the police department? That'll save us money. And let's go to the Salvation Army and look for used police uniforms. That'll save us a ton of money, you know? I mean, that's your logic, and it makes no sense. So, my God, you know, another suggestion is you could join every committee meeting and ask all your questions there. That way you don't have to waste our time with your silly questions, because what was accomplished? Nothing. Nothing. You just say, okay, thank you for your answer. On to the next one, and on to the next. It was a waste of time.
Thanks, Mr. Herrera, for calling in.
Thank you.
We're out of time. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Let's see if caller ending in 0218 is still on the line.
Okay, we'll take that caller.
Caller with phone number ending in 0218, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes starting now. Mayor, the caller is not connecting, so.
Okay. Okay. Well, if there are no additional speakers on the consent items on the agenda, what is the pleasure of council for the city items on the information consent agenda?
Mayor, I'm willing to make the motion. Can we get a reminder of which items were full? I know it was just the one set of minutes.
Mayor and council members, we are removing item I. Bear with me for one quick minute. We are removing the minutes from item number I1. That would be for the December 17th minutes. And then we're removing item I4, which will come back to council with the proper attachments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm willing to make that motion then, as stated by the clerk.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote count?
Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0. If we can now have a motion for the successor agency, and that would be for item number I2, I believe. Bear with me. Yes, if we can get a motion for the successor agency for
So
item
moved.
I2. Thank you.
Second. And second.
Madam Clerk, can we get a call for a vote count?
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item J1 from Public Works, Intelligent Transportation Systems. It's just an update. The recommendation is that the City Council receive a presentation on the Intelligent Transportation System. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. The good news is we have a pinch hitter, so you won't have to hear me talk anymore tonight for this item. So we're going to bring up our consultant traffic engineer, Andrew Yee. He's going to give a presentation about ITS, or the Intelligent Transportation System. My original intent was to have this only at the committee, but the Public Works and Transportation Committee recommended that full council hear this presentation. So with that, we'll bring up Andrew and he'll give a presentation. Yeah, come on.
Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is Andrew Yee. I'm with LSY Enterprise. I'm the principal engineer for the firm. I'm here to present an item on the intelligent transportation, so-called ITS, and traffic signal operation, mainly traffic signal operation. So what is ITS? It's kind of broad, sometimes kind of vague. So my interpretation of ITS is a combination of technology. It could be either software and hardware come together, and a system that help managing operating traffic signal system effectively. It does have a real-time monitoring the field condition. So when you have an ITS system, you can able to see what is going on at each intersection in your city. It detects any type of malfunctions, so signal malfunctions. For example, there's a red light, red flashing, it detects, it gives you alarm to your staff. So what it does is it gives your staff a quick response to problems so they can fix the signal malfunctions. Whenever you have a signal malfunctions, you do have a lot of delays and problems and safety concerns, so helping that situation. Also, it collects a lot of information from the ITS system. And sometimes it collects traffic volume and pedestrian information and bicycle information. That can be utilized for other type of safety analysis, as well as used for signal timing. And also it has a remote access. City staff can access to your signal out in the field from their office. So that in case there's something happen, they can able to change or alter the signal operation. I can give you one good example. Let's say, hopefully it doesn't happen, something happens, some incident happened on Oxnard, and you want to reroute traffic to maybe Rose, which is a parallel street, and you might want to extend the signal timing there, that you can able to do that with the system. The City of Oxnard ITS overview I'd like to give you, you do have a traffic management center. This is more like a command center. It's in the city hall. In there, you have advanced traffic management system, which is ATMS. What it does is this system talks to field traffic controllers. So they know what's going on out there, and they can able to see how each intersections operate, and they can able to change things from the office to the field. So you want to change the timing there because a certain instant, you could change it from your office, City Hall. And you also have a video management system. You do have a different type of video cameras coming into the city TMC. Some of them are fixed video cameras that is on at intersections that are used for detecting cars. However, they also bring video feeds to the TMC. And also you have a closed caption TV, CCTV cameras that can able to zoom in out. So staff can able to look at the intersection. At the same time, they can see how intersections are functioning. So they have a very effective way of managing their traffic signal. Many of your signals are battery backup, have better backups. So in case there's a power outage, your signals can be operate anywhere from 2 hours to 6 hours. City has about 168 signalized intersections. Many of them has a new type of controller at each intersection. However, some of the intersections still have very old. Actually, that which is called 170 controller probably the technology from 50s. So those needs to change because they are no longer making those type of controllers anyway. All these are communicating through the fiber optic communication cables. Some of the location a little bit outskirt way, then they do not have a fiber optic, then connected to wireless. So all your 168 signals can be communicated from your traffic management center at the City Hall. That is kind of overview of the city's ITS system. That's kind of a video feeds they bring into the TMC. So staff can be able to look at visually what's going on, and they can also look at the traffic ATMS, traffic control system, so they can able to see functionally what's going on in the field. I can pause here in case you have any question on ITS, then I can go to the next subject of traffic signal timing.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, I do have one question regarding the data collection. I'm just curious who oversees the collection of traffic, bicycle, pedestrian data, and who gets access to this information?
The data is collected from the city. City staff has it, and anybody who can, they can have access to it if they request it.
Thank you.
Is this routinely shared with police as well, or is it only upon a request that is made?
So we do get we get requests sometimes from police staff for investigation purposes. We get public records requests sometimes when there's claims. So we get a lot of requests for this data. So sometimes we get it from the police for either their internal investigations, and sometimes it comes through the claim process as well.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman President, was there any additional questions?
That's it? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for pausing just for the questions. Just real quickly on the previous slide, you had mentioned about our signalized intersections. Is there a way to just kind of briefly share for the public the capabilities or functionality differences between the newer Omni controllers versus the older what's designated here 170E controllers?
That's a very good question. I'm going to have a very limited knowledge on that because I'm not an expert in that sense. However, Omni has a lot of different flexibility, a lot of more outputs. So nowadays, you not only, in old days, you only control signal timing, but nowadays you have videos, you got switches, you got fibers coming. Omni able to handle all that. Also, it can able to provide a lot of data that using different type of software. 170 is very limited in terms of what you can do with that.
Okay, and do we have an estimate on just how long ago some of these 170E controllers were installed, or just their approximate age?
I believe your 170 has been there for maybe 20 years.
Okay.
Some of them.
And so I would point out to the public that, if you had a home computer on your desktop 20 years ago, even 15 years ago, if you can certainly keep working off of it, but as time goes on, there are advances in technology and the throughput of data processing that technology can do. And I think is that an accurate analogy to what we have here in the newer controllers versus what older ones did?
Yeah, you're right. Data processing and 170 is very limited. So some of the things you want to do, you cannot do it anymore with 170.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Do you get a lot of requests from folks involved in traffic collisions asking for some of these videos that may aid them in showing culpability or showing maybe a driving pattern, something like that?
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much on the legal side of the house. I don't know if Steve wants us to get into that. So if it's a public records request and we have that record, we are required to give it up unless there's some sort of exemption for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Yeah.
Next subject matter is signal timing, signal operation. I want to give you kind of a brief on signal timing. It is not easy subject matter to discuss, but I'm going to try my best. I'll make it brief. So when you come to signal timing, you have intersection timing. So each intersection has a timing. First, you need to determine cycle length. Cycle length is basically serve every direction one time each cycle. That's the length of cycle. And in order to determine the cycle length, there's a certain criteria you have to go through it. Basic things are listed up there. Very first thing is the pedestrian timing. So whenever a pedestrian is there, you need to give them enough time cross from one end of the street to the other side. Yeah. And so that is based on 3.5 feet per second. So larger the intersection, pedestrian time is longer. Okay, and then when you get to where you have a lot of elderly population, you might want to make it longer. Instead of 3.5 feet per second, you might use 3 feet. So that's kind of what you want to do. So bigger the intersection, pedestrian timing is going to be longer. The other thing is yellow time. Yellow time is, you probably know, it gives enough time for any driver as you're approaching the intersection, and they are given enough time to either slow down, stop, or able to pass through before the red. Okay, I'd rather stop, but that's the time, and it's based on the speed of road. So it can be anywhere from 3.3 seconds to 6 seconds. So when you look at like roads, your yellow time might be around 5, a little bit higher than that. So that you have to count it for. Then the city of Oxnard has a policy to put all red. So end of each phase, all direction is red. 1 second. It's a safety feature. So that even if you see a lot of people running red, this is additional safety feature that you have. So that counts for it. Then when you have a vehicle approach the intersection, and when they have a green, you need to have enough green time for that vehicle to pass through that intersection. But that is based on bicycle, not necessarily for cars, because bicycle is considered as a vehicle in California. So you have to give that enough time. So all this combined is a minimum, I pushed it. All this combined become a minimum cycle length. Then you have to think about size of intersection, how much traffic volume, what kind of approach volumes you have. Some location you have 8 phases. You got east, west, north, south, all left turns, versus some locations you only have a north, south. So depend on number of phases, you have to give enough time. That's the cycle length. And that cycle length must be shared by everybody at the intersection. It's almost like a sharing piece of pie or pizza. You have 8 people, you have to slice it 8. You have a 6, your slice get a little bigger, unless you make a cycle length bigger to make a size of a pizza bigger. So that's kind of how cycle length is determined. What you want to do is you want to make cycle length as small as possible. The reason being is that bigger the cycle length, each phase has to wait longer. At the same time, you want to be able to serve each phase, whoever comes north, south, west, and left turns, serve each phase. Otherwise, they have to wait a lot longer. So you want to make it smaller. At the same time, you want to try to serve every phase, every cycle. Once you got this intersection timing done, then you have a little other challenge. You go through this process worksheet, and you put that into the timing sheet. That goes into your system. Then next thing is a thing called coordination timing. So let's say, for example, in Ventura, you got a ton of signals along the corridor, maybe 15 of them, from all the way from Ventura Freeway, 101 Freeway, down to Channel Island. So all this signal timing needs to be coordinated. Otherwise, you are going to end up stopping at every intersection, and you're going to have a lot of stops. So there are some challenges with this coordination timing. They need to run either same cycle length or divided by maybe half. So otherwise, they don't work together. So they need to be worked together more like in gear ship. And then also you need to balance the traffic. Typically, Oxnard traffic in the morning, their north-southbound is a direction toward to northbound, to the freeway, go to work. And in the evening, it's the other direction. Ventura might be a little bit different because you have a base. You do have a lot of traffic going in the morning toward to freeway, but also you have a lot of traffic coming down south, going to the base. So Ventura is a little bit unique. So you need to be able to balance traffic both ways. And you also need to consider approach traffics. And also, every intersection is different size. Remember I told you about the cycle length? Here you got big ones and small ones. Gonzales and Ventura, big 8-phase intersection. Keep pushing it. And next to it, I think Ivywood is basically 2-phase intersection. Very small, there's not much traffic on the side street, but when you go to just next to the adjacent intersection, which is high traffic on north-south, high traffic east-west. So you need to be able to balance all this. That's how you try to come up with it. And we do get help with a computer program. And then what we do is put all that information in there, come up with some kind of this is called time space diagram. And what it, if you look at it from the left to right, it's a northbound direction, and the other direction is a southbound direction. So you need to kind of make it work, almost like putting a puzzle together. So you're trying to come up, you're trying to have that wide bandwidth there. So that means you want to pass the car through the whole corridor with the minimum stops. So the benefit of signal timing is, number one, it improves traffic flow because it reduces the number of stops. It maximizes your intersection capacity. So if intersection timing is not operating well, your capacity is not utilizing to the maximum. So when you time it well, intersections utilize the best. It definitely reduces greenhouse gas, such as the carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, saving on fuel consumption. You can drive where you stop a lot versus you're not stopping a lot, you can tell right away you're saving consumptions quite a bit. And also improve safety because more stop means more conflict. Usually traffic collision happens at the conflict. Majority of collisions happen at intersections, 70%. And large portion of that happens at signalized intersections. And also it improves driver's experience, which means you get less complaint from your citizen. And it has an excellent benefit cost ratio. Many studies indicate that it shows that 20 to 1, every dollar you spend returns $20. In terms of gas consumption, the pollution, time, all that. City has done timing on Gonzales Corridor and Rose back in 2023. And Rose right now experience some different issues because there's quite a bit of construction going on because of school. So the city is working to make it better. And recently they have finished the Ventura Road and Oxnard Road. This is Ventura Road. One of the things they do is one of the things you measure before after. So what was the comparing how signal timing is functioning before, after implementation of new timing. The upper portion of that spreadsheet is computer-generated information. I have it here. It indicates that at Ventura Road, southbound in the AM. I just want to go through a couple of things. AM, before, total travel times is 625. This is system-wise. And after, the total travel times are 583 minutes. If you look at the number of, there's a fuel consumption there, that in the morning, there's a reduction of about 100 gallons of fuel consumption reduced, and also there's a reduction in carbon monoxide emission. Bottom portion of that slide is extra travel time. So what we have done is we travel from point A to point B before new timing, and we travel the distance after new timings are implemented. And same time. So in the morning, you can see that average travel time is 10 minutes, 21 seconds in the morning, point A to point B. After implementation, it becomes 7 minutes, 20 seconds. There's more benefit, more improvement in the morning, but less improvement in the evening peak hour. The reason being is that evening is traffic is more saturated, so a benefit is a little bit less than morning time. And you can see the same thing for the Oxnard Boulevard. So you can see that when you do new timing, the travel is a lot. If you save a couple of minutes from Oxnard traveling a couple of miles, that's pretty significant. Even 30 seconds is pretty significant. This is for one car. So Oxnard and Ventura traveling public during the morning peak hours is probably 3,000 or 4,000 per hour. So you just do the number. It has a significant the benefit of a signal timing. So that kind of concludes my signal timing presentation. In case you have any questions, I may be able to answer your questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I always enjoy learning about the engineering that goes into all the different parts of our city and how our community is affected by it. Just a couple quick things here, and you touched on it a little. When we look at the balance of signalized intersections and how long that cycle time needs to be, I would imagine that it may be intuitive for some folks in the public to just say, well, just keep the light green until everybody clears out, keeping in mind that the cross street that's waiting to go is also collecting cars, and that platoon grows in size as well. And then how do you clear that out without having the other cross street that is now red collecting as well? And so there's this balance of how long is the timing going? It sounds like our intelligent system kind of works to help balance that out, as well as having eyes on it to be able to see if there are any anomalies, if there's a collision or a piece of debris that is in the middle of the intersection that is slowing everybody down. Those are things we can adjust for in real time. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. One of the things that what I noticed, a lot of your city roadway is in and out. You got 3 lanes down to 2 lanes, then you can see on Ventura, some location you have 3 lanes, and then down the road you have 2 lanes. These are causing quite a bit of a negative impact to the coordination and capacity, because people have to merge in, and that's not like having just 2 lanes, they're merging in, it caused that issue. So yeah, all those things do, when they develop the timing, you have to look at all the traffic volume, speed, roadways, number of lanes, all that has to be going into the developing traffic signal timing.
Great, thank you for that. And I appreciate that you brought up the factor of the time it takes a pedestrian to cross an intersection in the crosswalk. And one that came to mind right away is the northbound side of Rose Avenue at Gonzalez, which is a massive intersection just in size alone. But for folks crossing who are walking on the the southbound side, but walking towards Walmart from Gonzalez, crossing Gonzalez at Rose, that is a very long walk for folks. And if somebody has mobility challenges, or they're on crutches or in a wheelchair, there has to be consideration. I appreciate that the light timer that's there for pedestrians is very generous in its time. I've been at that intersection heading south, waiting to turn right onto Gonzalez to head west. And if someone's all the way on the other side of the intersection, I'll just wait for them to go all the way through, knowing that if I'm not going, then that means that they're safe to cross and there's no one who's going to go to cross in front of them in a vehicle. But in the past, I have had somebody go around me and then almost graze the pedestrian, unfortunately, because they don't know why I'm just sitting there when it's obvious there's someone crossing. But I hope folks can hear that and understand that pedestrians are first and foremost on that list of criteria you mentioned. My last 2 items are just regarding the timing of each cycle. And on the slide you had where we had the time-space diagram, I note on here it looks like the maximum time